start? One? Are they going live at 1? Okay, that's what I thought. I wonder if I just gotta be ready in 3 minutes or not.
It's on June, right? Okay.
Cool,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're welcome. Yeah. It's been a crazy day. I've been in the building. I got here at 7:15. What's that? Oh man. There's a building next door. In the courthouse.
It's a long day.
Especially since we're just going over there.
Luckily, your meeting ends at like 4:30 today.
Thank you. I don't know who that is.
I know, I thought it was too. I didn't know. I never like wanna. That I did read.
So scary.
That one I will own up to.
I'll go grab some more.
Thank you, Lainey.
Okay, let me grab something for these cookies.
And the eyeshadows are up here. You can see each of them are assigned. You can reassign if you want to. And also that in these ones, these eyeshadows are big, these dots, so you have to track.
welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on April Fool's Day. Hope you're all surviving your morning unscathed. We are resuming our work session, and our first order of business is to discuss our Board of County Commissioners working agreement, which is a elective agreement that we are all looking to enter into amongst ourselves as commissioners to engage and maintain a respectful, productive, and collaborative environment for us to work together, make decisions. And we started this at our retreat. It's something that we have done in the past as boards take new compositions. It helps for us all to understand each other better, to foster and create a productive working environment. And so we began a draft of this at our February retreat that we looked at and provided some input. And we have since provided additional comments to it. The goal today is to finalize this working agreement, and it will be a resource for all of us to hold each other accountable to those goals for a productive and collaborative working environment. And I will turn it over to Deputy County Manager Kara Silbernagel. I think I just teed us up, but you can fill in anything I may have missed and help guide us through the conversation.
And Francie, I handed out both copies to those in the room. Would you like me to bring them up on the screen, or you just want to look at them? Oh, you're muted.
The ones that you sent us?
Yeah, the ones that are in the packet. There's no changes from what's in the packet.
No, I'm okay with looking on my screen, but if you want to bring it up for the public.
Okay. So Kelly teed it up great. What is in the packet, and I will bring it up shortly. I can't multitask at the same time, is the version that you all looked at during the retreat in February, and then I got feedback from all the commissioners and tried to incorporate that into the red line that's before you now. So just some high-level themes of what is in the red lines is, I think there was an ask about going back. When you all did these in 2025 at the retreat, we had you start new and not look at the prior working agreements. There was a request of, can you go back and see, is there anything missing that staff feels would be pertinent that might not be captured? So there's a couple statements in there for your consideration. And then otherwise it was being able to have conversations with those and kind of incorporating in the thoughts that commissioners were looking at and bringing that forward for all of your consideration. And I'm happy to go through those and kind of give the background on those red lines, but I also, in all the conversations, I think really the hope of today's conversation is not just about these working agreements, but the accountability side, and how I think what has been a common theme of is approving the working agreements, and then how in the moment you all can point back to these and hold one another accountable.
Kara, I might ask if it's okay with you, given that I am sort of a equal stakeholder in these agreements, would you mind facilitating the conversation today? I think it makes more sense than acting as a board chair on this item.
Yes, I'm gonna join in so I can share my screen. So give me 1 second. John, is there anything you'd add for context?
I will buy you some time,
Thank
Kara.
you.
Yeah. So I just also want to step back. These are working agreements that came out of work that we did during the board retreat. And the tee up of the conversation during the board retreat was, what are you willing to do as individuals? Working agreements are oftentimes framed, what are others required to do to make meetings run more smoothly and make the oftentimes difficult discussions that you all have to have and difficult decisions that you all have to make a little smoother and easier. And so we flipped that into what are the commitments you're individually willing to make. So as you look at these draft working agreements and the red lines, I think it's really important when we get to the accountability discussion that you're viewing these as these are all acceptable to you as commitments you're willing to make to the group, and that the group will also be looking to hold each other accountable to. And so as you're evaluating the statements, I hope we can continue to take that perspective. How'd I do, Karen? Okay.
Great. Well
Yeah.
So, Kelly, how would you like to proceed? You want to go line by line of the red lines, or just within each chunk to talk through them?
If you'd be willing, maybe each section
Yep.
to guide us through and collect, and I'll, if it's okay, I'd like to just leave it to you to sort of
Yeah.
call.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I think what is captured, that you all had a lot of conversation at your retreat about how's your communication style amongst one another, both to make sure everyone's voice was heard, as well as advancing the conversation and being cognizant of knowing you have a lot on your plates of time management at the same time. So some of this is adding into a little bit more context of that conversation piece. And so that first bullet point is there's some about really how to build upon one another's points and give the reasoning of where you're coming from, and really wanting to make that be part of this conversation. And so that felt like the missing piece to bring in there. Again, being cognizant of monitoring airtime, giving others the chance to contribute, and I think also acknowledging one another and the contributions and perspectives that you all bring to the table. So those are really the additions that were brought into the conversation, or into this section. So with that, I'd open it up for board of, do these feel appropriate for you all? Are there changes that you'd like to see or concerns with what's been added in?
I was just putting an exclamation point on your comment.
Putting an exclamation point.
Well, my little noise that came from my computer, sorry about that.
Oh. If not, I can continue on. Kelly.
I guess I'm looking at the fourth bullet point.
Can't hear Kelly.
Sorry. I was looking at the fourth bullet point where it says we will check in with those who haven't spoken and seek clarification before taking offense. And I guess I'm just wondering, I think that the first 2 points of that like stand alone, and the last part of it is important. Because I do think it's meaningful to check in with those who haven't spoken and on its own. So I'd wonder if we should split those out. Maybe we will check in with those who haven't spoken, period, and and then a separate one. We will seek clarification, maybe before jumping to conclusions. That might be a reword I'd offer.
I appreciate that. I think that was one I hadn't noticed, but yeah, now that you pointed out, I don't think it's necessary to put before taking offense in there, and maybe there is a more elegant way of doing that, and there's a couple other places. Minimizing snarkiness, it's the same thing. It's like, I don't think that should be in the rules of working agreement. It's obvious and it's a good idea, but maybe we could be more elegant and succinct and less redundant. I'd like to have a smaller document, actually, if possible, just to make it simpler and clearer. But I think all the elements are here.
Other thoughts on this section?
Kelly, I would just leave it, that fourth bullet point, and seek clarification, period.
Oh.
Yeah, that does it.
So we feel like we can leave that, we will check in with those who haven't spoken and seek clarification
If needed.
if needed. Francie, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I think it's a little bit repetitive. So I think the clarification, where is that other one? Well, I guess it isn't so much in this first section, but I thought it came up again later on.
It does in the next section.
What?
It does under preparedness and participation. It also says seeking clarification in advance.
Well, I think that we should seek clarification, but I think it should be its own bullet point. I don't think it's related to checking in who hasn't spoken. It sounds like you're seeking clarification about why they haven't spoken a little bit.
Sorry.
I think you could add it to the next bullet point. Ensuring you give space for others to contribute and seek clarification. I agree with Greg that we don't need to say before taking offense, but understand what you're getting at there. I don't know, maybe we should leave that in.
I like trimming it down.
I can't hear whoever's speaking.
Oh, sorry, I said, I appreciate that, Francie, thank you. I think it could be, we could reduce some redundancy, make it a little cleaner.
Jeffrey?
I think there's two aspects of seeking clarification. I think there's board member to board member, which is during a public meeting. I think there's seeking clarification, which is reaching out to the AIS holder or the agenda item summary drafter that, you know, you're looking for the following clarification at potentially the public meeting. So I think there's two ways I would interpret the first bullet versus the one that's in the second.
Kelly, can I? Or somebody, who am I?
Yeah, sorry.
Something I learned when I started on P&Z was if I sought clarification with staff before a meeting, staff would usually say, you need to do that at the public meeting, because then the rest of the board hears the clarification. And a lot of times if it's confusing or you need clarification, if I do, other members of the board. So I would rather people seek clarification, it's maybe at this table, so we all hear it. I think it's important we all hear the same stuff. But I think you should review the packet information ahead of time, be prepared, and then I think the seeking clarification, the question should be made at the public meeting, work session, or so that people hear it. That's what I'll do.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I wonder if there's a yes and here, because sometimes it's helpful if staff knows that there's a question or a clarification coming, to be prepared. I think you're absolutely right, Patty. For the purpose of transparency and decision-making, it's important that that conversation still happen at this board table, but I think both can be, I'll just speak from staff's perspective, both can be really helpful.
So how would we word that? Give staff a heads up, you're gonna ask for clarification at the public.
Yeah, well,
I agree, I don't want to blindside staff.
Yeah.
Because we've heard many times staff say, I wish I would have known ahead of time.
Well, or, seek clarification, ahead of the meeting and make sure information is publicly available.
How do you want to word it?
Something. It can be worded better than that, but
Under preparedness, right?
under preparedness,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, under preparedness.
What I might suggest is this communication piece, I think it's a good call out. This is really about communication amongst yourselves as the board, and so maybe we can clarify that title as communication amongst the board, or however, and then that preparedness piece, we can add that bullet point about seeking clarification and discussing in a public forum.
Can I offer some edits
Mm-hmm.
for this section that may put things in the right box?
So the repetitive thing is give space for others to contribute. And then we also have ensure everyone's voice is heard.
Yes.
Are they
I'm-
different?
Do you mind if I make some suggested edits, Francie? I think we might move, I would suggest to move that phrase down.
No, of course I don't want.
Okay. So looking at bullet point 2, I might suggest that it read, we will build on others' points rather than repeating them and share reasoning of how we came to our individual positions, period. Then skip 3 is fine, skip to 4. We will check in with those who haven't spoken to ensure everyone's voice is heard,
Yeah,
period.
cool. I like that.
Then the phrase, you know, we could create a new bullet point, we will seek clarification before, I think, jumping to conclusions might be my better offer, but I don't know if anyone likes that one anyway. And then finally, for the second to last, just we will monitor our airtime, period.
I'd rather say seek clarification if necessary, not before jumping to conclusion.
Thank you, Patty, I agree.
Okay, we will seek clarification if necessary.
Period.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And just to confirm, so are we striking the 6th bullet?
Though we will take time to acknowledge. I don't think so.
Okay.
but I don't know. I like to celebrate you all.
I like it.
Okay.
Does that work? I'm not sure I gave you less, but maybe a little cleared up.
I like trimming it, definitely. This is the sort of thing you could hand to AI and have it sort out for you. You might get back word salad, but it's fun to try it.
Hey, Greg, is your speaker on?
Oh, it's not. How's that?
That's way better. Thank you.
Sorry.
We're all chomping and munching over here, Francie. Sorry.
I know, I just finished myself, so.
Does that sound good for folks? I can make those live edits and come back to that.
We agreed to leave 6.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so then, wrong window. Moving on to preparedness and participation. Where is that one?
Syntax issue in the first line. And seek clarifications. Comma after materials and then and seek clarifications.
Oh, okay.
It's just syntax.
And then I think the addition that John had recommended, seek clarifications in advance and discuss at the public meeting, or something to that extent. I caught you all mid-bite.
I don't know how you want to word it,
Is it necessary?
And comma was the,
but it's more a matter of giving staff a heads up, you're gonna seek clarification at the public meeting, so staff is prepared. So we don't blindside staff.
Yeah.
I'd accept that friendly edit from across
I
the
don't know
room.
how they want to word it, so.
Yeah. I was up for the and comma. With deference to Oxford and Boston.
I wonder about the 2 points in the second bullet. They're not really related.
You mean
It's
beyond
okay to
time?
leave them there, but I don't see why they're in the same sentence.
What do you mean beyond time? That should be under
yes,
preparedness
that
and
one.
participation.
But
I'll be honest, that was just my edit to condense bullet points, so
Yeah, I get that.
we can definitely just make it a 2 bullet points again.
small font.
Okay. Moving on to constructive decision making. Okay. So I think this is where you all spent most of your discussion at the retreat, and really talking about that right versus wrong piece of it. The addition here is, I guess, that essence that still comes into the diverse aspects of the community, right? And so how do you bring all the different perspectives into, and that letting all those unique ideas, I guess, always get 2 seconds of thought. Probably could be condensed in a different way, but that's the intention behind this last bullet point, is that everything gets 2 seconds or 2 minutes of thought.
Give an idea time to
Yeah.
breathe.
Yeah, maybe that's the quickest way to say that.
I think, I always like to not talk about what could, breaking free from groupthink, taking offense. I don't think those have a place here. If this was a manual for driving a car, they wouldn't say, we will turn the car before going into a ditch. They don't say it that way. So I think we could be more concise and talk about what we want rather than what before the worst case scenario happens. It's kind of an assumption that a fait accompli, the worst case scenario is going to happen. Let's try to put it off as long as possible. I think that I was thinking maybe this is the sort of thing that you give to your communications people to come up with like a really clean. The ideas are here, but could it be wordsmithed into something, I'm going to say more elegant and direct?
Just to better understand your thinking there, Greg, how would you reframe that into because you're looking at the last bullet point, the recommit. Yeah, how would you reframe that into like the positive intent that you're talking about?
We will consider all ideas is as clear and we don't have to embrace them, but let's embrace the consideration of all ideas that are brought forth. You don't need
I have no idea what we're trying to
use
get at with
embrace.
any of this.
But the idea is that, before you kill an idea, let's talk about it. Let's give it a chance to breathe. That's where I think this came from.
What about considering instead of embracing?
Yeah, I think that's better, right? Because if you don't like an idea, you're not going to embrace it, but you certainly can consider it, and that's fair.
I have something on that same topic, if I could.
Yes, please, Francie.
I think that bullet point number 3, the last part of it, and bullet point number 4 can sometimes come into collision. So if we make decisions based on the community's best interest, sometimes the community is not thinking outside of groupthink. They're not making distinctive suggestions. They might just be following along. And so if we don't have, like Steve, for instance, would come up with an individual agenda that sometimes seemed off the wall and sometimes was incredibly fresh and pertinent. So I can't bring together these two things, that you don't have an individual agenda, but you have to think outside the box and bring creative, original ideas. You understand what I'm saying, Kara?
Yeah.
I do as well.
So I think one of the points of this section is really to give you all a framework of, because you all face that every day, right? That's part of it. And so I think it's having an agreement when those 2 items do come to a head. Is there a statement in there that can help you all, when you are in those spaces, navigate that those 2 items are at a head?
What do you mean? I don't really get what you're saying.
Yeah, so if this is the working agreement, there oftentimes you have those same concepts in the same discussion coming up, right? You're battling a group think and wanting to give those ideas the time, and sometimes that's the discourse that you're in, and you're wanting, the purpose of this is to give you all that framework for that constructive decision making. So is there a statement or a path that allows you, that supports you all to navigate those 2 items that are at odds with one another? Or just acknowledging it might be the...
One of the things that came up when we talk about this is that sometimes there are individual individuals in the community or groups of small groups, minorities in the community that do not benefit from what's in the community's best interest or what we perceive to be. And I don't want to keep thinking we're always going to default to ignoring them or not acknowledging or recognizing them or trying to help them in some way. So this will take a little bit more finessing, I think. But the idea is that we're trying to consider all perspectives and put them into a productive conversation where we hope to reach a consensus on how to move forward.
Yeah, I think instead of having not individual agendas, you could have considering different points of view from the community or something like that. I mean, aren't we assuming that we're not going to be pushing our individual agendas? That's partly why we're in this job. I mean, what does that mean? Like, take the whole meeting to discuss a speed bump outside of my driveway, outside of my house, that kind of thing. I mean, do you feel like you've seen that happen, Kara, and that's why it's in there, but not individual agendas?
No. I think this is just pulling from that loose sticky note exercise when it was just folks talking. So don't take any of the words in here as, a reframing of what we've seen or anything. This is just some of your conversations.
Then I would recommend saying, considering different points of view there instead. Because honestly, there isn't just one community best interest. Like Greg was saying, it could be 51% and 49%. Well, what makes best 51%, So I know it's our job to figure out what's in the community's best interest, but I do think we need to consider other points of view, and I don't see that in here.
Go ahead, Bill.
I was going to suggest replacing the fourth bullet that's in red with just a very simple statement that says we will respectfully consider all ideas.
I don't think that's as strong as what Kara wrote, though.
Patty and then Jeffrey.
Jeffrey was first. And
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jeffrey.
So potential rewording for groupthink. Our decisions are informed by the community's values.
Our discussions.
I think we're totally getting away
So
from
that's
the
fine.
point.
I'm just saying I took what I took out was the individual agenda and made it really about informed decision-making by the board, cognizant of community values, or informed by community values. That's where I was driving.
Patty?
Well, I think we're getting away from the point. I think there are times when we bring our personal agendas to the table. The speed bump in front of my driveway isn't great. And there's times we do that. And I'm uncomfortable with that. And I think sometimes it's, are we really or are we actually? Is it very clear? Sometimes it's questionable. I think that's different than informing our decisions based on community values or the community's best interest. That to me is a separate topic than what the board does and the board's actions and what the board brings to the table. And I think sometimes we are guilty of bringing our own personal agendas to the table, be they a topic for discussion or we're going to decide on this because, I think, I don't know how we'd put that in there, but I've seen it happen over many years, and that's why we've talked about it in the past. That's why there was a sticky note, because it's something that we see maybe not a lot, but occasionally, and I don't know how we address this.
Can I see clarification on that, Patty? I can't quite hear you for one thing, but I think I hear you saying that you don't want to totally discourage introducing individual agendas.
No, I don't want to do that, but when it overtakes the conversation, that's when I go to the chair and say, here's an issue, rather than push it. I think we need to be careful when we can't separate out our personal agendas from what's in the best interest of the community. Maybe that's the way we say it.
So let me offer an edit. So we can keep it as is. So we will make decisions based on community's best interests, not individual agendas, considering all ideas and different points of view.
Getting closer.
Well, there's no way we can consider all points of view, because if we do that, the next day we're going to hear from 20 more people that have different points of view. So I think we need to be careful, because this community, there's 16,000 voters and there's 16,000 points of view.
Jeffrey or John?
Oh, yeah. Well, I wonder, I'm just listening to the dialogue here, and I wonder if the issue is really about being willing, as appropriate, to embrace bold and unique ideas, you know.
Yeah, I like that.
To achieve the community's best interest. And so I wonder if you just go, we will make decisions based on the community's best interest, period. And then, you know, we commit to considering bold and unique ideas.
I don't know why we need the word
community
bold. I
interest.
think unique is better. That's your
Yeah.
new buzzword, John.
Yeah, well, bold is something that was in our previous working agreements. I think that's where we pulled it
That
from.
was that lady, that book you made.
I like the word bold.
That's right. But I wonder if it's really about just leaving some openness for discussion. We can't do bold all the time, right? There's going to be circumstances, but it is something that I think what I'm hearing from you, Greg, is you want to be able to at least give a bold idea 30 seconds of life before we decide we can't do it.
Right.
So
pretty much
I
it.
wonder if that, I'll throw that out there.
Works for me.
That works.
We commit to considering bold and unique ideas.
Bless you.
Okay.
Francie, does that work for you? You have your hand up?
Oh, I'm so sorry. What is it again? What was the suggestion? The last one?
So I suggested the third bullet point, we'll make decisions based on the community's best interest.
You're on, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Francie, I had my mic turned off. Third bullet point, we'll make decisions based on the community's best interest, period. And then we will consider bold and unique ideas in pursuit of the community's interests, something like that.
Well, I actually like to protect and enhance the quality of life for our community. I mean, how many times can we think about the community's interest? I mean, it's like, I don't know. I liked this wording before.
We can keep those two.
I'm going to punt it back to you all.
There might be community interests that we feel are not going to enhance life for everybody.
So how do you all feel if we commit to considering bold and unique ideas to protect and enhance the quality of life for our community, period?
I like that.
I like that. I'd go with that. Thank you.
I just want to do a time check. I think we said we were going to 12:45 and we're at 12:40.
Okay, let's fly.
We started 5 minutes late, so can we give another 5 minutes?
Okay.
Do we have a silences consent
Yeah.
statement on here?
I don't agree with that statement. I think silence means you just don't have anything to say at the moment. That's not always a bad thing.
I'm going to skip over, unless there's any statements, the humor and positivity. Bring some laughter and joy into this and move forward into the addressing conflict. And then I want to, hopefully, if we have time, get to the accountability piece as well.
Can make time. That's our job.
So the addition here, and perhaps after the conversation we just had, this may or may not be redundant of bringing in that valuing the conflict and open discourse into your conversations.
I would just worry about whether, especially those of vulnerable and disenfranchised groups, would be considered DEI by the AI machinery that's going all over every document in America. Just saying.
And perhaps I'll share as rereading this, perhaps the simplification is removing that last statement, or sorry, not removing the last sentence, and just keeping it quick to, we commit to valuing constructive conflict and open discourse.
I think that would be fine. I'd be okay with that. I would say, we just say we commit to constructive conflict. Constructive conflict? Valuing, I don't know if valuing is necessary. It's like,
Constructive conflict.
but I don't think
almost
that, I don't
we
think we
should-
need that in there either.
I think we should just strike the second one personally. I think the first one,
We could say we
Covers
commit to
that.
constructive and open discourse, just the first one.
I think you're right.
Yeah, maybe that's redundant. Could I ask very quickly, just to go back, I've got a couple quick suggestions There's on the humor and positivity, just to make them more elegant, would be, we'll encourage levity as important to building rapport when appropriate.
As a third bullet?
As the first line rewritten
Oh.
in humor and positivity. Just
Well, who's going to decide if it's appropriate?
The person saying it, of course.
Oh.
And levity means we're having a party.
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
that's nice to
to
know.
me, that's different than humor.
Oh, is
And
humor,
laughter.
that's, levity is just lightness, isn't that what levity means?
Yeah, but laughter is the best medicine.
Okay, so how about humor then? Laughter is humor. You want to just encourage humor? Fine with
I
that.
like it the way it is. I think it looks great.
The
I
other
thought
one,
it's
the next
awesome.
bullet point, my suggestion was, we will practice kindness. Just makes more sense than bringing
and
it.
maintain a positive environment. I like that.
Maintain a positive, yeah. Practice
Yeah.
kindness and maintain a positive environment.
So every Tuesday at noon, we have practice kindness.
Or every day.
Every day. And then it sounds, sorry, Greg, did you have more in that section?
Where are we? I don't know if that flew or not. Just trying to trim it
Yeah.
down a bit. And if
I
that-
don't
if that
think we
flew-
changed the first one, but I do think we accepted your edits for we will practice kindness and maintain a positive environment.
Okay, then I'll go with that. I'll take it.
You win some, you lose some, right?
Exactly.
You know, bring humor and laughter to the word levity. It's a whole new world.
I like humor and laughter.
Yes, me too.
And
It's redundant, but
so
Very direct.
for the addressing conflict, I hear that we're just striking that red line. We're just keeping to those two bullet points. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Striking the second bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we need the wordiness, although I like it.
Okay. Any other
Well,
changes?
the last one is, we will maintain constructive discussions even in disagreement. I've cut out minimizing snarkiness, don't need to. We will not crash the car as we try to drive down the road.
It has nothing
I
to do with
just
being
would like to
snarky.
add, we have experienced snarkiness at this board. And so I'm okay to not include the word snarky, but I would offer maybe saying we will maintain respectful and constructive discussions.
Oh, that's
Because
great.
my issue, the reason for snarkiness is because it becomes disrespectful amongst individuals and to the board dynamic.
Enough
and
said,
that
I
is what
agree.
I hope to-
I like that.
I like the word snarky.
I like the word snarky too. Is there a third? Third for snarky?
Did the framers of the Constitution go through this?
They were worse, and they were men, and they were worse.
And they
But I'm
took
not being
longer than
snarky.
45 minutes, I think. Okay, so we will maintain respectful and constructive discussions, even in disagreement.
Non-snarky.
We can put in
We'll just refer to it
parentheticals.
as the snarky clause, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we can't do that at work sessions
Can we make
anymore.
any rules about individuals trying to sell crypto? I was gonna start a new crypto, and I was hoping I could get you all to buy in.
I think we should put in there, we will not be sarcastic.
I would say that was snarky.
I'm sorry, I can't even be on this board. You've just,
Snarky has a different
just
definition.
ruled me
than
out.
Sarcasm can go two ways. It can be humorous and produce laughter, or it can be snarky and produce disrespect.
Good point. I agree.
Jeffrey, you've had your hand up.
The king of snarkiness.
I'm happy with the hybrid approach, which is keeping snarkiness in the sentence and then adding Kelly's addition and maintain respectful and constructive discussions. So I'm happier if we reduce the font size but increase the length of the sentence.
To keep it on
I
one page.
think snarky has been a fun conversation, and it's enjoyable to question whether something is, with wit and humor or with direction and I don't want to say malice, but not appreciated, not wanted.
How does everyone feel about that?
About snarky?
I like it.
About that, Jeffrey's. I will read it. We will minimize snarkiness and maintain respectful and constructive discussions, even in disagreement.
Yes.
Well said.
That's what it is.
We
And I was
added
being sarcastic.
respectful and kept snarkiness in.
Is that a word?
And
Google word.
that's exactly what's on there.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion to the board? That we send this draft to Allison and see if she might be able to tweak it without changing the form and substance too dramatically. Because I don't think it's very elegant, and it's kind of almost embarrassing to me. If we publish this in the paper, for instance, I honestly don't think it is up to the standard that, just the way, right now, it just seems too rough to me. That's how that's the only way I can characterize it. I think we're on a great path, and I think it's all here. I just think it could use a little bit of wordsmithing by one individual, because 6 people together, 7 trying to write a manifesto never works. It's kind of has to be run through one filter. So I was going to propose that, or it doesn't have to be Allison, but since she's our PI.
You're fading away.
Sorry, you're fading away. You're farther away from all of us.
Yeah.
So that was going to be my suggestion, but you don't have to take it, of course. It's just kind of a, when you read this next week in the newspaper, what form would you like it to take?
I'm going to go to Patty and then Francie first.
This comes from the board. It doesn't come from any other member of the staff. This is our document. I like the way it's written. I'm not gonna send it off to somebody to make it eloquent or elegant. I think it's really up to us. And if it's printed in the newspaper, I think the community will like the fact that we're human beings.
Francie?
I would like to respectfully disagree with Greg.
Wow.
I think the wording is fine, it's straightforward, it's clear, and it doesn't need another staff member working on it. In my opinion.
Kelly and Jeffrey for your board.
I'm making an offer for crypto.
Yes, I'm good with it with the edits that we've proposed.
Okay, I'm fine then. I'll withdraw my.
His name is Jeffrey now. I think it's wonderful that we've worked through this, and I appreciate your drafting and all of your letters recently. So thank you for jumping on this and moving it forward.
It's your document. So with that, let's, the last section, and I think this is the most important, is the accountability piece. So we've tried to capture it in here, but I think it's more how this plays on as a living document and agreements for all of you to hold one another accountable.
I would like to request that we get it on one page and we laminate a few copies at the board table, that it just sit here for us.
I'm not, can I?
Go ahead, Patty. Sorry.
Looking at Kelly.
Pointed.
I think just, and focusing on solutions, period. I don't think we need to add rather than blame. I don't think we ever blame anybody. I'm under accountability at the bottom of
I
the page.
support you on that.
Oh,
It works.
And I love the last
Where are
bullet
you
point.
looking? What are you looking at? Where am I?
Accountability on the back page.
And where's the blank? Oh, I didn't, okay,
it's
there's
the
the blank.
end of the last bullet.
It's on the front page of the first draft.
Yeah. Got a little.
Holding each other accountable.
I don't think we ever say, I blame you for the fact it's snowing outside. Or I blame you. I don't see this board ever, I think we should just end and focusing on solutions.
Isn't that it seems like that's a redundant sentence to begin with.
Which one?
Both of them, actually. The accountability section kind of, if we want to have a separate section, I understand, but it seems as if we've covered this.
Well, we haven't covered we'll hold each other accountable, in my opinion.
Again, I think we should strike out rather than blame, put it period after focusing on solutions. And I like the last bullet point, and I would love to see that actually happen.
Could I make a suggestion that I'm not comfortable with accountable. It sounds like, I think we can maintain a high standard. We can all aspire to a standard. Holding somebody accountable, I think there's more to it than what we might assume, and I just want to make sure we understand what we're saying here.
Can you expand on what you mean, Greg, of there's more to it than we assume? And is
Okay,
that,
so if you don't come prepared to a meeting, does that mean we all jump on you? How do we hold you accountable? You know, or any of us doesn't. You know, what does holding somebody accountable mean? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be better to practice, try to maintain a standard? We know what the standard is, or if we have to define that, we do that. The accountable thing is, what, does that involve punishment, or do you get your privileges taken away? What does holding accountable mean? Like, what are the consequences of being held to account?
So you are a board of peers. And so accountability doesn't involve it would with staff, a performance improvement plan, or a administrative leave, or a firing, right?
Censure.
And that's why I go back to
mistakenly think that they don't like seafood because they've never tried.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. It's my phone's just going crazy. I apologize.
You all.
I shut it down.
Okay. You all are approaching these agreements as something that you've agreed to. And so how I would envision accountability happens under these bullet points is that you're agreeing to talk to each other about it. So, Greg, if you've got an issue, it doesn't have to be at this board table. Matter of fact, it's probably better to have one-on-one if you're noticing a behavior that you think is in violation of these working agreements, to say, hey, I'm kind of curious about what's going on here, because I saw this action this way and I thought we had agreed to these things, so that you can have the discussion. That's holding each other accountable. But you're right, there aren't those other formal mechanisms available. It may be that we want to, in addition to this, just have a little process. Like if that one-on-one conversation doesn't happen, does it get elevated to the board chair or the manager or some combination thereof to help facilitate a conversation?
I'd be more comfortable with that.
Okay.
Because that way, at least we know, because the word accountable is the same word, whether it's applied to
Right,
this board or to staff.
right.
So let's use a different word if it doesn't mean the same thing. Does that make sense?
No.
I think what I'm hearing John is proposing, what we have right here are statements that you'll commit to. What John is proposing is maybe when we think about accountability for these work groups, it's a process that you all are committing to. Is that?
I don't read that in that first bullet point.
No,
I
no,
read
it's
it
not.
in-
I'm saying that's what John's suggesting.
I think the first bullet point is right. I don't want to set standards because that'll take us a year to figure out what those standards are. And I'm not going there. I think if we just strike it rather than blame and just leave it. I think we know what accountability means. I don't think it has to be defined. I don't think that we have made a standard. That to me is more strict and more, you don't meet my standard in life or whatever. I think that's not an empathetic or an open, to me, standard.
Does it help
How
to
about best
clarify
practices?
by saying we will hold each other accountable by communicating to each other with
With empathy and openness.
Versus
And
accountability.
it's like the thing that you're doing.
How about best practices? Does that help?
We don't have best practices,
Yeah.
do we? I
No.
don't know.
Well,
fine
I
with
wonder if instead of accountable, because you have it under accountability already, and Kelly, I think this is where I heard you going, but maybe, we will discuss, perceived violations of these working agreements with empathy and openness, addressing issues respectfully and focusing on solutions. No?
That's fine by me.
No, I like Kelly's wording. I don't think we will discuss violations. Who's determining whether or not I violated because I didn't show up at a meeting on time? Or I wasn't prepared enough as someone else was. That might be violating their standard. So I think what Kelly said,
I said we will hold each other accountable by communicating to one
Yes.
another with empathy and openness.
I think that is good language, to holding each other accountable under our own terms and outside of, this, you violated a
I
standard.
think the second bullet point covers it.
And I know we're getting close, but Francie has her hand up too. So Francie?
Thank you, Kara. I really like the way that you've worded it, or we worded it, however it came out. I would like to leave out rather than blame. I agree with Patty that we all know what it means to be accountable and to hold each other accountable. And I have had times with some of you where I have had one-on-one conversations and said, this happened in the meeting and maybe it would have worked out a little better if we had blah, 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 blah. So, we know how to communicate with each other if we commit to doing that. I do think that there are times where things rub us the wrong way, and if we don't deal with it, it comes up in some other snarky way later on. So I think we all understand what this means, but and I think we've all engaged to a certain extent in holding each other accountable, but I don't like the rather than blame. Thank you.
I'm good with that.
Jeffrey?
Great.
Greg, where are you sitting?
I'm going along with the group.
And I like the last bullet point.
And
too.
and removing the blame. So I hear we'll get this down to one page. We'll laminate and put a couple out on the table
Show
for
it
all of
to us
you.
Before you laminate it.
Yeah.
I carried in my
You'll need a magnifying
And
glass.
I'm gonna suggest we take a 5-minute break. I know this is a little bit of a heated conversation and everyone Turning my mic on. We are back at our work session to discuss the Solid Waste Center design update. Brian Pettit.
Great. Thank
Hi,
you.
nice to see you.
Thanks. Thanks for having us on April Fool's Day. This is not an April Fool's Day that we're going to present.
Not that we're not joking about anything in the next hour.
No,
Yes.
not a joking matter. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director. We have a team here. I'll just have you introduce yourselves.
My name is Jake Midkiff. I'm with Weaver Consultants Group, and we do the landfill consulting for the Bacon County landfill.
My name is Matt Rohr. I'm with HDR. I'm the project manager for the architectural design of this project specifically.
Great.
Tyler Carvel, new solid waste manager. So.
Great. Welcome.
So Tyler just said what I was going to introduce, which is he is our new solid waste center manager. So we're celebrating Tyler.
I have a few
and
things I want to talk to.
it's ironic that the solid waste center is going under its first major renovation, and Tyler, it's part of Tyler's expertise, so it's really serendipitous that we have this opportunity. But just by way of introduction, I do want to let you know that our past expansion has been being used, and we have about 4 years left in that expansion. This change that we're going to present today has been presented to the board before. We're going to give a little more detail to the 30% engineering level, and it will add up to 70 years of additional life to the solid waste center. This is truly a generational project. The people that will benefit from this effort today have not been born yet, and that's kind of interesting to think about. But we had a ballot question that was on the ballot in November. It passed by 84% and gave us the money necessary to complete this facility move and the expansion itself. So Weaver Consulting and HDR have been working diligently since then to get us to where we are right now, which is 30% design documents. And that's what we're looking at the board to give us direction and comment about today. So with that, I'll give it back to Jake, and he can bring you up to speed with where we are, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. So first, I'm just going to give a little background on how we got to this place and why we had to go through the architectural entrance facility expansion. And so, before this most recent expansion in 2021, the landfill was online. Started in '68 and was just being filled up, kind of ran out of airspace, and then in 2021 we put a fully engineered liner in to the north of the existing landfill footprint, and got about 7 years of landfill life out of that, and then we started master planning for the next phases of the landfill at that point. It's important with landfills to make cells contiguous to one another, so it provides more airspace and it's cheaper construction. So in order to do that, the most logical next expansion area was just to the south of the existing landfill footprint, which fills up the valley that runs up that entrance road. And so that south expansion, which will be filled in that valley, is planned for 2027, and we anticipate, based on current tonnages, that that's approximately a 25-year expansion. And then the next phase would be to overline the top of the landfill, so fill over the top of it, and that will add another 45 years of landfill life based on current tonnages to the landfill. As a part of that process, because we need to be contiguous to the landfill, it became logical that we would fill in the area where the existing infrastructure for scale houses, HHW, and those things currently sit. Which drove us last year to do some conceptual planning for a relocation of those facilities to a different part of the landfill. So we went through that master planning process, came and presented to you guys about a year ago with some visual impact studies and just general layouts of both the landfill expansions and the approximate location of where the new scale house and entrance facilities would go. Here's a visual of the landfill expansions. The green expansion is the one that's already been constructed in 2021 and is complete. The yellow outline reflects the upcoming expansion in 2027. And as you can see, that covers the footprint of the existing entrance facility and scale houses. And then the blue outline and the dashed blue line also, that shows the 45-year expansion that will sit over the top of it. This also has a positive environmental impact because the old landfill is unlined. Infiltration into that could, have groundwater impacts. And so we're going to overline all those areas. So any liquids that hit the landfill will now be collected in sumps, and that water can be treated and mitigated rather than infiltrating.
I'm sorry, can you just show us is that north is off slightly diagonal or is north?
Yeah, it's slightly diagonal. So 82, you can see in the far top right-hand corner, that's 82 that runs sort of quasi-north and south.
Thanks, just want to make sure I understood which was which.
And then the hatched area to your plan right is sort of the conceptual layout of the new entrance facilities footprint. That's changed somewhat, and Matt will talk more about that as we get into that process. But yeah, so Pitkin went out to bid in last year for the architectural entrance facility, and Weaver and HDR teamed up. We've been working at the landfill for 15 years as the environmental consultant and landfill designer, and HDR has a lot of expertise in vertical construction. So it seemed like a logical team to keep the continuity together between the solid waste facility and its operations and their expertise in the construction of the building. So we've been working on that process and are just hit the 30% mark on the design. Just as a reminder, the last time we were here, we had done some visual simulations of the impact for the landfill expansions and the entrance facility. On the top is sort of the natural topo of the area from directly across the Highway 82 from the landfill. And the colors match the plan view that I showed you earlier and shows sort of the extent of where the landfill sits there. And then on the bottom screen, the green portions of the screen are where you can see any of that solid waste infrastructure from, and the red areas have no visual impact. I think we had a more extensive part of this presentation in here, but the overarching thrust of it is that the visual impact of the landfill does not increase with this expansion.
You'll probably get to it, but if you can talk about the number of acres and the circumference of the whole thing when it's complete.
Yeah, so I don't know that I have that. We work in volumes, so I don't know if I have that on here, but you can see the volumes on this drawing that shows sort of the cubic yardages that we'll get out of it. I believe the whole landfill acreage is something like 250 acres.
Yeah, it's like 235.
Yeah, that was 235. Yeah, and so then I don't have the exact number of acreage of this footprint, but those are the cubic yardages and how we rolled them up into years. I could get that number for you if you need it.
Great, thanks.
And I'll let Matt dive into where we're at on the 30% submittal and what the building expansions are going to look like.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, so I'm leading the project design team. It is technically an architectural type design, but I lead our solid waste team out of our Denver office. And the main focus is that we run a lot of these projects out of our solid waste group because there's such a major operational aspect of this. So kind of the way I'm going to describe things, probably more from the operational side. My lead architects probably cringe at the way I kind of describe some of these things, but that's really going to be where my focus is just kind of talking about how the site is, how the users, whether it's the commercial or the residential users that come into this, how they're going to interact with the site itself and Tyler's team that's going to be working at the site. So just to confuse things a little bit more from what we talked about before with the direction, we're slightly oriented differently than the one we showed before, but you can kind of, if you think of the highway as being kind of parallel with the longer section of this layout, that's kind of where we're looking here. So north would kind of be more towards the upper right figure.
Correct.
And then the landfill that we showed before is all kind of off to the bottom of the screen. but so right now what we're looking at is basically a detour from the existing road that comes in. So majority of your drive up from the highway is going to come up the same road it was before, and then basically we're going to branch off, not exactly as it's shown here. And in fact, we're still working through some different options and layouts of what it's going to look like, but generally the way that Jake is showing it, curving around that topographic rise to come up to the plateau where all of this is going to sit on. And that's going to be all residential, all commercial traffic that's going to come in. All of the traffic is going to go past the initial building, which is the scale house. So we are going to have two different scales, a commercial scale and a residential scale. And so the residential customers will be checking in at the scale house, getting weighed in. Commercial, probably using a RFID system, and an RFID system to basically not have to interact with personnel at the facility. So we have the scale house is that kind of the initial entrance, and then we have what's called the Mother Lode Mercantile, which is a pretty substantial expansion over what we have at the site today. I know it's basically something similar to like a Salvation Army, Goodwill type operation that we have at the existing landfill. That I know that the team is quite proud of the operation that's going on there. So we're going to, with the expansion of that facility, it's going to be much larger, like sales floor, and more of a contained area than what we have right now out at the site. And I'll talk about all these buildings in a little bit more detail as we get to future slides.
Matt, if I could just, the purpose for the two scales, I just want to make sure the board understands, is really just throughput. Because the delay occurs with residential people, smaller vehicles coming in, they transact cash, that takes time. So we can keep the commercial vehicles just flowing into the landfill. So it's a throughput issue by having two scales that allows that to happen more quickly. Just want to make sure we understand. Yep.
And I'll also add to what Brian was saying that you can see that we've got a third entrance lane, and that's considered a bypass lane. So that's for anyone that doesn't need to use the scales, such as Brian's staff, and then also like any emergency vehicles that have to come up to the site, they're all able to bypass that location. So then all traffic will basically proceed counterclockwise around the Mother Lode Mercantile building. Depending on where they want to go, and we'll have signage and wayfinding built into this to direct customers to where they need to go. But they can either proceed counterclockwise around the Mother Lode Mercantile, and from there they can access the Household Hazardous Waste building, or they can head to the recycling campus. The actual parking associated with the scale house and the Mother Lode Mercantile are also on the southern side of the Mother Lode Mercantile. So basically they would head around the building as well. And then we also have basically an egress scale on the southern side of the scale house as well, for those that need to wait out on their way out of the facility. For access to the household hazardous waste, you have the residential traffic that will basically head south of the Mother Lode Mercantile, continue to wrap around, and then they will, actually if you go further up to the middle, and then they will come and wrap around the household hazardous waste then clockwise, and there will be a canopied corridor with two different lanes, one a bypass lane and one of basically a drop-off lane where folks can drop off the different household hazardous waste goods that they would have for the facility. So this is a relocation of one of the existing facilities that we already have at the site. The other residential access specifically for what we're considering the recycling campus would actually, instead of heading all the way around the Mother Lode Mercantile, they will head directly south, around that. And there will be a multi-level drop-off area where you can see what we consider a Z-wall there. So that's actually 2 separate levels, so 8-foot separation, and there'll be roll-up dumpsters that are come up to each one of those different corridors, where residential personnel can pull their vehicles up to a fenced, contained area and be able to dump their recyclables into those specific labeled roll-off dumpsters.
Right now, they have to climb up to dump into the roll-offs, and this will allow them just to push it into the roll-off containers, I guess, more ergonomically.
Also creates public-private separation, so we don't get cross-flow between the haulers and the private people who just want to drop their recycling.
Go ahead, Greg.
Could you just describe the flow again? I'm kind of looking at this thinking, I'm not sure where things go, but this looks like a choke point to me. Is this like 2 buildings, or is this just a curb? Or
That's just a green space.
And then to get to recycling, I don't know, where does this go?
So that's an out lane, and the in lane would be for private personnel. It would come up where it says proposed 8-foot wall.
Can you show with the cursor?
Yeah,
Cursor
I'm lost
keeps
here.
Fritz
Sorry,
out.
just trying to figure out. You can see it
Yeah,
looks kind of like a labyrinth.
Yeah.
He has a pointer there.
Yeah, so, main access is through here. Everybody comes across the scales, and they'll get directed by the scale house to either, go to the mother load or recycling center or HHW, depending on their preference. It'll wrap around, everybody will wrap around that way. And then, if you want to go to the HHW, you would just take this road. Landfill traffic for just storing away waste at the working phase would carry on this road here. Commercial traffic for recycling drop-off would go this way as well. And then private customers who want to drop off recycling would come into this parking lot here, which is segregated to drop off that
They
material.
come below, not above.
The next to the recycling center, it's lower ground. It's 8 feet
So
lower.
they didn't roll off the top when they were rolling.
Right,
in
and
there.
there'll be a big fence there with holes in it that you can throw the waste through, yeah.
Thank you. And then just the landscaping, the 90-foot section between the mother load and the scale house.
So that's going to be a landscaped area with outdoor seating and like a seating area and lunch area for office staff, or just some outdoor space for the operation, and a convenient transition walkway between the mother load and the scale house.
Next slide, there's a good 3D rendering of it.
Right. So here's.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So where you can see the trees on the left, that's the area that you're asking about. So you can see that there's a wall behind the trees, so that segregates the inbound traffic from any pedestrians that are going to be in this area, operating between the scale house and the motherlode mercantile. So this is the viewpoint from the motherlode mercantile, basically looking east towards the scale house.
Okay. Nice.
So right there, give or take.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Patty.
Office space for staff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the majority.
That's your lead in.
Sure.
For the scale house specifically, so great lead in. That is where the administration staff will be sitting. So there's 5 or 6 offices. I can't remember. Thank you.
Like where they're located now in the scale house.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's going to have meeting room there. It's going to have the service desk where interact with the scales, and then also some level of public access. We do have a design to have, a separation of the administration and public access, but there is a certain level of public access to this facility as well for the meeting room, and as well as to interact with the administrative staff.
One more question about compost. Will you still have the compost? Right now you can go pick up and bag your own compost. There's like a bin that's just, can you either turn this way and go to the mercantile, or are we still going to have that opportunity for the public somewhere located?
Yes,
okay.
we will.
Okay. And a place where if there's already bagged compost for sale, will that be up by the scale house like it is now? You used to have pre-bag topsoil, potting soil, compost up by the scale house.
Yeah, I think we're working toward having people just bag their own or bring their own buckets in to fill it. I think the bagging
Oh, it's so
operation
easy
was
just
not.
to go buy bags.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
And there are 3 more offices in the Motherlode Mercantile, and then a larger conference room,
I saw that,
education
yeah.
space in that one, and a quasi-office operations space in the HHW as well.
Right.
And I think we still have some kind of office space up in the maintenance building.
Yeah.
Tyler, yeah.
Yeah, so for the scale house itself, we are, from an architectural standpoint, this is really being designed to be the public-facing, kind of the flagship of the entire expansion that we're going to be doing. So it is got a higher level of architectural features than the rest of the site. So really trying to blend in the mountain aesthetics as well as the landscaping around it. It has, right now we are planning on some timber beams, definitely some sustainable type materials that we would use within the facility, a pretty large just use of windows and natural light for this facility, targeted areas for windows for like good views and that type of thing, and then also a good just emphasis on kind of that interaction between indoor and outdoor for the facility itself. So you'll see kind of a difference between the scale house as well as the Motherlode Mercantile compared to what I would say the more industrial feel of the recycling campus and the Motherlode Mercantile, which are more being designed to, what did I say?
You said Mercantile.
Oh, sorry.
HHW.
Yeah, thank you. The recycling campus and the HHW, which are more being designed to reflect what we have with the maintenance facility that was built in 21. So, let's see. I mean, overall for the site, everything is being designed. Everything that we're looking at the moment, especially for the public facing spaces, to adhere to ADA compliance. We are looking at doing solar panel installations on the facilities. There is going to be a level of EV charging that's going to be available at the site. And then we are planning to maintain the adherence to the dark sky standards. And then from just to minimize not only just how the site looks itself, but also to minimize any fugitive dust that comes up from the operations going on the site. We're trying to maximize the use of either concrete or asphalt for the facility.
You have a question?
I just
Go
had
ahead.
one back on the site plan.
Sure. Yeah.
So right now, we're human, we like parking orthogonal to buildings. So the fact that you're asking us to do 90-degree parking, head in and both angled in the same streetscape, and then we've got, we're backing down, a Western truck is coming at us at 25 miles an hour on the egress. It just seems really constricted, and I question whether we have enough room for the head-in, the angled, and then again, the Western dump truck coming at me.
Right.
There could be a T-bone opportunity because you're asking us to do two different, right? So right now we're orthogonal to the building, which is really nice. You're tucked in, so if you're pulling out, you're not fighting the dump truck, but this seems like we're potentially creating some tension.
Yeah, the challenge with the site is it is constrained.
Yeah.
We're really wedging things in here, but maybe we can look at our parking setup here and adjust it with that comment.
Yeah, I would say the parking on the sort of south and east corner there's a median there to kind of restrict.
But it's also, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but unheard and understood by the Motherlode.
I saw you 30 feet, and I'm going in with my dually F-150, trying to back up, and then the Western truck's coming at me.
Sure.
And it just seems like we're set up for
fair point
conflict.
I didn't know you had a dually.
My EV and my dually, yeah.
And can I ask that just real quick to tag on? Speed limit's 25 miles an hour. I thought it was less than that at the landfill.
It's not. It's 12 and a half.
Yeah, it's,
It's less.
it's impossible to leave without getting the flashing red. Yeah.
Well, let's put down that comment.
Sure.
Hopefully
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
can
it's
address
just-
it.
it's a circle
This is
back.
why we're here at 30%. These are the
It's a-
comments we want.
Yeah, it's a circle back. I mean, and I am worried about the grade. I don't see any elevation, but I'm assuming 7387's at the entry, and then we're at 7463. So we've just climbed 80 feet, over 80 feet.
It
'Cause
is
it's steep.
It is steep.
Yeah.
There are no grades in this expansion design that exceed current grades on that turn as you're coming in. So nothing is steeper than is already out there at this point.
Climbing in's easy. The egress, the descent. Again, I worry about the empty truck now traveling at frightening
Yeah.
speeds.
Yeah, none of our roads are going to have a steeper grade than what exists out there today. But
That's not saying
it's-
much.
Yeah, exactly. But there is a big relief between 82 and the top of the landfill.
Yes, absolutely. And just to give you kind of visual, like awareness or spatial awareness of kind of the different levels that we see on this, like what you're looking at here, we already talked about the 8-foot separation for where we drop the recyclables to the roll-offs. The recycling camps itself, you can see on the southern side, that's where commercial haulers come in and dump the zero waste stream recyclables. And then the recycling center kind of acts as like a tipping floor. You can see on the northern end of that we have the hoppers. So the commercial trucks that come in and pick up the recyclables are all going to come in at a lower level than the rest of the tipping floor. So that road is at a lower level, and so that's covered by a retaining wall there. So the HHW and recycling campus are all, I believe, 16 feet above that road that wraps around it. So
I think you have that on the last.
Great.
Yeah.
Do the trucks back into those hoppers, or do they pull up sideways to it? How does that?
they pull in straight. So
Straight in.
Yep.
So will that block that access road that goes around the hazardous waste?
No, this area is all for that operation.
That's happening down there.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just worried about that. It looks like less than 20 feet between the building and the median, the curb there at the entrance to that section in the middle. It just seems narrow. What if somebody comes in with a big trailer, are they gonna be able to make the turn, or?
do you mind pointing to the?
Well, just right in the center.
Clean up the
This is
corner of
like,
the
this
hopper
looks
towards the
like the
island.
narrowest
Okay,
point
yeah,
here. That's 20, then this is 18.
Yeah.
I just wonder, what does that mean? What, is that a road?
Maybe we can adjust that median.
You guys
Yeah.
can tweak.
Yeah, we can adjust
Tweak
that.
the median.
The median's 20 feet wide, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can make it smaller and
Yes.
make it a little bit more generous there.
Yep.
Oh, just, yeah, not to nitpick.
No,
It's like,
no.
as much too soon for that. Just worried about, as Jeffrey says, big trucks and people trying to back out and trailers.
This is difficult for you all because we've been looking at this for months, and now we're just
Works
like,
for you.
here.
Yeah, right,
Yeah, but appreciate the comments. That's what it's for.
That's actually one of the things I meant to open with was we as a team actually took a site visit up to the Seattle metro area and toured a wide range of different facilities that had tight constraints like this, just to basically see how operations were working at those, see what was working for them, just as importantly, see what wasn't working for them, just so we could get these different ideas. And actually, it's specifically where we got the Z-wall idea of the drop-offs for the.
And you took into account that the drivers coming in here with big loads aren't all professionals, right? It could be
Yes.
me on a once a year basis with a big truck.
That's right.
It's,
Yes.
I mean,
Amateur hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big
I mean,
truck of trimmings, right? Or shrubbery.
Is
I
Z-Wall-
just want to do a time check too. Are you guys about halfway through? Because we.
yes.
Okay,
That's it.
great.
Should be good.
Yeah.
Great, thanks for that. I trust you.
Yeah, everything's being designed with the standard turning radii. However, the standard turning radii sometimes it doesn't take into account.
Somebody comes in with a road train, what do you do?
Yeah, so we can probably go to Motherlode Mercantile. So this is Motherlode Mercantile once again. It's kind of a blend between the architecture of the scale house that we have and then the more industrial pre-engineered metal building on the backside, which is where the sales floor would be. So the staff that's supporting the Motherlode Mercantile, they'll have offices located on the front side of the building or the east end of the building. That is also where we would have what we were considering like the educational center, so different ideas of displays and stuff like that that would be for like school tours, that type of thing. So there's kind of a large lobby area there where we can incorporate some of those types of elements. There's also a relatively large conference room or educational room that will plan for like movable tables and whatnot. That's planned for this facility as well, and public access to restrooms within this facility. But the sales floor will all be kind of in the more industrial looking area of the building. Access from the southern side where the parking spaces are. And then you can kind of see it at the top of the screen there with the dotted line. That's going to be considered a fenced in outdoor area for different items that can stay outside within the elements that we can still sell, but still within a fenced in area so that it's contained. So when it does get too full, you're making decisions so it doesn't continue to just expand across the site.
Bikes and skis.
Yeah, that's right.
And what is the square footage of the building?
I can tell you in a second.
Big.
Curious how big.
120 by 90.
I guess I could do that math.
I just made it up.
The sales floor itself is around 6,000. You can get the actual numbers, but my recollection, and then there's a couple other sections that add about 1,200 to 1,500. So,
yeah. So the original design intent was scale house is about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. Motherlode Mercantile is 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. Household hazardous waste is 8,000 to 10,000 square feet. And then the recycling campus is 8,000 square feet.
Thank you.
So that's not the exact numbers, but that's the design intent we're following.
And I think what we talked about too with Motherlode Mercantile is that some of those meeting rooms could be used by other county businesses. So it's a good mid-valley location to stop off, have a meeting, and then move on up the road. So we would certainly want that availability to be had.
And how big is the room? How many people?
20 to 30.
20 to 30, thank you.
Could have a retreat there.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, be a great retreat.
One of our next 10 mini retreats?
Yeah.
Let's see. So the household, well, I'll start with household hazardous waste. And so that is the 3D rendering on the lower left. So you can kind of see the covered corridor that residential traffic would drive through. So there's 2 lanes it looks pretty small in that picture, but there are 2 lanes for residential traffic that could head in there, bypass lane as well as a drop-off lane. The intent of this building is to not have any public access to the facility itself. So everything's going to be handled from Tyler's staff. They're going to take receipt of whatever materials are being brought off, and rooms are going to be, or doors are going to be secured and whatnot, so that no access is actually allowed for the public to actually go into this facility, given the nature of the components that we're going to be allowed to drop off at this location. So this is things like your aerosols, your acids, engine oil,
EV batteries.
Yeah. EV batteries. So all those items are going to go into this facility. And then on the back side of the building, kind of that extra little outcropping that you see is just a drop-off dock that Tyler's team can use. So any questions on the HHW?
You're doing all your plastics, books, clothing also through the same structure?
Yeah, that's the current plan, yes.
Cool. And will it have better ventilation than the current building?
Yes. Yes. It's all designed. don't quite have it to that level on this drawing, but yeah, it's much more segregated, organized, ventilation, pouring stations.
Cool.
It's a
I worry
modern
about
facility.
your staff more than.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and the much larger or higher level of controls from a fire and life safety standpoint for this facility. So all of the interior walls are going to be CMU block, and just different design considerations that we have to take into account. Different alarm systems, gas sensors, that type of thing that is all going to be built into this, and we'll be working with Roaring Forks for that element of the design.
So Roaring Fork Rural? Fire protection?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
Cool.
That's right. It'll be a modern HHW. What we're working out of right now is a recycled building from Pitkin Iron.
Yeah.
And it just was never built for the purpose it's being used for today. So this will be a much better facility.
That's like an antique.
Yes. Historic.
Don't say that.
One other thing that I'll add is just that the floors will be sloped to centrally located pits that have removable grates in case there's any spills or anything like that can later come in and basically pump out of those to remove any spills that are collected. I guess we can shift to the recycling center. So that's the one in the upper left. So this is just a 3-sided building, open to the atmosphere. So what you're looking at here, kind of that pad in front of the building, that is where the commercial drop-off is going to be. So no true like residential access to the building itself. All of the residential access is going to be at that Z-wall feature that we mentioned before, off to the side. So all of this is going to be commercial access. They'll come in, they'll dump their facility, and then we'll have a loader in the tipping floor that will push everything up to that hopper. And you can kind of see on the back side of this building in 3D rendering is where the commercial haulers will come in at a different level underneath the hopper to basically collect recyclables from there.
Which is this spot right here.
Yeah.
So they can pull through that with a full-size truck for pushing the recyclables into that truck.
Yeah. I think so. So this is the general site overview. It does come a little bit short in terms of showing you different elevation differences because the actual topography is shown as flat here. But you can kind of see, like with the recycling facility, which is the tallest building there in the middle, where the different level is for that commercial hauler to come through. But this is kind of the current concept of what the site is going to look like for now.
And for spatial reference, on your right there is the existing maintenance building.
So honestly, that's what I had from a design standpoint today. So unless you guys have anything.
I would just add that, we're building this for a 70-year time horizon. We have no idea what waste management's going to look like in between now and then. And so to create enough square footage to accommodate those different uses, whatever it may be, is important. And I think that's what we've designed into this to try to not to preclude any other uses.
Like the anaerobic digester.
Exactly, whatever the case may be. I think with the recycling center building itself, we're planning for a compactor in there, which we don't have right now, which would make hauling recyclables to Denver much more economical. So it's those kind of changes that are going to make it the difference for this facility.
Why isn't it planned in this one then?
It is planned in this one.
The compactor.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
It is planned. Sorry if I misspoke. It is planned in this.
I probably
this one.
misheard.
Yeah, but it was good clarification no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are designing all the structural elements for that future consideration.
Great.
Jeffrey.
Oh, sorry.
So one final would be if there's a tariff VE move, would it be the so if tariffs drove a value engineering exercise, would you get rid of the 2-story recycling building? What would be the obvious piece on the chopping block that's the nice to have, but hey, we're building in 2025, and this is what we've reconsidered, if you will.
It's a great question.
And you
I
could
don't-
say we'll come back.
I think that's, we were gonna need to come back on that.
Yeah,
It's
that's-
really a prioritization of what we would wanna get rid of,
Yeah.
what's the least priority, and we haven't done that exercise yet.
Great.
There was one other element that we don't have shown on this that we are designing, and it's a small expansion on Tyler's maintenance facility, and he has an existing wash bay there that's currently is open to the elements, and so we are looking at basically putting a canopy with some walls on it to prevent kind of the freezing conditions that they run into
Public
during
ice
winter.
skating rink.
We've enjoyed that at Public Works. It's nice. I would say the sheriff left the garage door open.
Patty?
No blame, folks.
Oh, sorry.
I'm holding you to that. That was gonna be my question, with the increase, not just in tariffs, but the increase in supply and demand issues. My concern was not eliminating something, and I hate to say this because it's really nice to have a landfill, recycling center, solid waste management center that is aesthetically pleasing, but we may have to look at more simplicity in the design because of cost. And we're expecting costs to be increasing significantly, probably above our bonding capacity that we just got passed by the voters. So I just want everyone to know that this is beautiful, but the dollars may prevail here at the end of the day. And I hate to say that because you guys have spent so much time and energy, but we will understand when you come back with a building that doesn't look quite as pretty.
Understood.
I can hear
What
my
is
architects
the-
crying already.
What is the timeline and the next steps now?
So we'll continue to design, engineer based on your comments today, and hopefully come to you in the fall with a complete set of design renderings so that you can have a better idea of how this will function. And we'll have the square footages and the internal elements outlined as well. So
And
a
to
complete set of plans. In the meantime, we will be creating estimates on what it would cost to create this facility, and we can start doing that now, but we're not there yet.
Okay. And then Anne's team she's parallel working on the bond sale for.
Correct. We are timing that correctly because there is a period of time in which we need to spend that money. So we want to make sure we don't get the bond too early because we need 2 or 3 years to expend it.
Can I tag
Yes,
in?
Patty.
And we're looking at the federal level with bonds, municipal bonds, and maybe that may drive the cost up beyond any kind of supply and demand and tariff. So that's really a time issue that we may have to act quicker to get the bond through before they become taxable.
Okay.
We're working on that at the federal level. It was a big conversation.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that.
And I have one just last comment on my part. I really appreciate, I go out there with my bags, my buckets, and my shovel, and I think staff finds it very entertaining. Thank you for bearing with me when I'm out there shoveling compost and gravel myself.
Yeah.
I can't move the next day when I get home. My arms hurt like heck.
And let me just check in, Francie, do you have any questions or comments? No, all good? Okay. Okay, well.
It looks very amazing, and I hope it works out.
Thank you.
Any,
Nice
anything
presentation.
any exciting takeaways from your Northwest landfill visits? What were you like, that's really cool?
Where was it?
The surrounding area of Seattle, we went to, I think, 4
King
different
County.
locations. Yeah.
King County, Thurston County, yeah.
Those areas. I think the layout of the HHW of the site that worked and also the site that didn't work was revealing for us and helped us design, I guess, a more functional facility. And then secondly, the Z-wall. Watching
great
that,
idea.
watching that work, it's those simple things that we hadn't considered. And helping us use the topography that we have, because I think we've tried to use that to our advantage at the landfill. But go ahead, Tyler.
I was just say the Z-wall is almost at every facility we went to out there.
Really?
It's so common, and it creates a really good separation between public and my staff, which is always a safety concern for us. So it's native, it's intuitive, it comes with our topography, and it's just a no-brainer. And that was like that one.
How to run a landfill in the rain.
Innovative ideas that you saw that might be on a future planning horizon?
Methane capture?
Not, yeah, they're doing that already. But I think really the design of the interior of the HHW as well, to just to take care of of vapors and things like that, to take care of our staff a little better. That design was interesting to me. But did you anything pop for you?
Yeah, I agree with those. You guys took mine. I mean, I thought the Z-Wall was an obvious choice, and the HHW layout at Thurston County in particular was almost a reproduction of what we've ended up with here, because it was such a functional facility, and all the staff was extremely happy with the way it had functioned over. I think it had been there a decade. Maybe.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, and then Francie, I see you, yes.
Thank you. I would say the only thing missing from this elaborate design is a way to keep wildlife out.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no fencing for bears or elk or anything.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the Thurston County, I believe, they didn't have a bear problem, but they had a wolf problem. So
No
we
wolf
may be.
Services?
Was it Thurston County?
Thurston County.
Thurston County, Washington.
What's the city?
No kidding.
It's on the south side, so it is like Olympia area, I think.
Oh, so it's
They had wolves coming into the landfill.
Living there, yes. And I think that what we need to do, if the board wants to talk about, mitigating wildlife entry into the landfill, we need to bring that back with CPW at the table, because they have concerns, and we need to engage our partner.
And I will say
my son Ty is on the Wildlife Commission. And at the last meeting of the commissioners, they brought up the bear conversation. And nobody can understand why Picken County, with its supposed wealth, doesn't have a fence. So he called me during the meeting to try and get some information. Hopefully we'll be talking about it before too long.
Okay.
And I'll just note, just in my chair responsibilities, we had flagged trying to have CPW come and talk to us about that with their concerns based on Francie's request through her son. And so I'll make sure that we coordinate that with you.
We'll do that. Thank you. Yeah. It hasn't fallen off our radar.
Yeah. Birth control, I'm telling you, I still think it's the way to go, the cheap and easy. All right. Any other questions for our solid waste design team?
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
We'll be back in the fall.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll see you before then.
Yes, probably.
Wishful thinking, Brian.
All right, we have a few minutes, so let's take a 5-minute break before our next presenters. right, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, April 1st. And we are moving through our work session agenda and now have the lovely opportunity to discuss with the Habitat of Roaring Fork Valley an opportunity for partnership. And I'll turn it over to our Housing and Resiliency Director, Manager, Ashley Pearl.
Your choice. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm excited to be here with Gail from Habitat, and hopefully the board saw that there's a cover memo that I wrote in the packet, so I won't reiterate everything in there, but Gail's here to give an overview of some activities that Habitat has been up to, and then specifically focus on the modular factory that's being built in Rifle. And she does have a funding request for the county today. We were able to take Gail's proposal, including the pro forma, to the county's financial advisory board, the FAB, last month. And so included in your packet are comments from them, as well as some comments from staff of things the board might want to consider during this conversation. The only thing I will reiterate from the packet is that if the BoCC would like to fund Habitat's modular factory in any sort of way, it's not eligible for housing impact fee dollars, and it's not eligible for our new affordable housing property tax. So if you're looking for funds, they would need to come out of the $4.5 million that's remaining in the general fund set aside specifically for housing. This used to be referred to as the $5 million for housing. It's now the $4.5 million for housing. So that's the available source of funds if you do decide to give any money today. Just wanted to kind of heads up that, because we are getting into a lot of different housing conversations these days from all these different funds, and we have to be pretty specific on how we advise you on how to use the different ones. So this particular project, you could use the general fund housing devoted dollars. And I think that's it from me. I'm going to stay up here if you have any questions about anything, but I think it's Gail's show.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Wonderful to see you all. And of course, this is a lovely family at in Rifle at Wapiti, and we'll go through this, but he's an electrician in training, and this terrific family of his. And so that was the day they all received the keys to their home. But that being said, we're talking about housing through innovation and what Habitat is doing, going to do, has done. And you can see that there are several parcels that, and this actually can be updated as well. But you can see the green is where the modular production plant is going to be. And then we have our 20 homes in Rifle. We have 10 completed, and we have four more completed that is in a fourplex, and those are one-bedroom flex condos, and then we'll have a sixplex. We're just about ready to finish as well. So you can see the homes we've built basically from basalt to Rifle over the last 25 years. Any questions? But it also includes the 88 homes in the apartment conversion in Glenwood Springs. So with that, we all are very familiar. Thank you, Pickens County, for being the partner, along with the Roaring Fork School District, building these 27 beautiful homes. I remember when Commissioner Postman gave a rousing, enthusiastic speech about how we can build efficient, affordable housing going forward. And these homeowners, just by the way, are paying about $14 a month for all of their electric utilities as an all-electric community. You can see the project cost. It did win the International Habitat Award in 2021. And it was a great partnership. The deed restriction is from 70 to 100% AMI. So you have everyone from the custodial staff to the administrative staff at the school district, and then various members of the community that work in Pickens County. So I'm sorry that we don't have another actual picture. I'll change the slide out since we're so close to completion. These are 20 homes for people that live and work in Rifle. And it's all 80% AMI. This was a lift for us to get to build this project, again, building at $305 a square foot, but selling at $200 a square foot. We had to bring in CDS grants, DOLA grants, and we're still, pounding the pavement to get this closed out at the end of the day. And it's an enterprise zone project. Our projects are all enterprise zone. That is that accelerated tax benefit to donors that they receive federal and state tax credits and deductions by contributing to us and to our projects. And with that, I want to just mention, also Habitat stepped up to 8 ADA units. That meant they're one-bedroom flexes that, you can enter, with garages going into the first floor, and there'll be that 88 unit long-term. We have a couple of older adults moving in and some younger people starting in the workforce, but it's a great asset to look at a project. Habitat's not committed to older adults in projects in the past. So, and this is, we have broken ground, foundations are in. We're working on the street infrastructure. These will be 6 homes on a site that was donated to us by the city of Glenwood Springs. The last site at Wapiti was donated parcel by an individual that owned that larger development. So these are stacked condos again, like those other buildings at Wapiti, and designed by Kehoe and Company. And we will be using a modular product out of Denver, and that is produced by a firm, Videra. We've been very close to the principals at Videra, and actually they are going to come and set these units early May, and they are going to train our crew to become a set crew. So we'll have our own set crew certified at the time that these arrive. These are 2 and 3 bedroom units. They're priced at $3.25 and $375, and they're for people that work in Glenwood Springs, because it was on that Glenwood. And they'll be sold between 80 and 100% AMI. Again, enterprise zone. And then, and again, thank you for being partners on this big lift. Is still lifting for these 88 unit conversion from apartments to condos. Right now, just a quick update, you have your 3 units. We have applications from both people in the city that work for the county and people that are working in the county, and including interest by folks that are in the air traffic control tower here at the airport are interested in purchasing. We have 9 contracts and we have 43 applications so far. We are looking to file and record this plat next week, providing all the attorneys do what attorneys do, and that this will be, then this is the domino. This helps us close the contracts, it helps us get our financing and our appraisals in place, and we intend to sell all 88 by the end of the year. This will be, of the applications now, they're in the 80 to 100% AMI category. We go up to 150, and then we have about 20 units that are RO. They'll have a separate deed restriction. So we're in the process of doing something pretty remarkable. First Bank came in with their financing, Chaffa some financing, but it's a very unique concept that hasn't been done in other places, but thank you for helping and stepping up with part of that equity. Now, we're talking about what's really the game changer, and that is this 66,000 square foot energy efficient modular production facility in Rifle at the Rifle Energy Innovation Center. We have a 10-acre parcel from the city of Rifle for $1 a year per acre, and then you can see some of the numbers there. And then I'm here to discuss that little tranche of the grants donations. So what does it mean to do offsite construction and modular construction in our region? So a couple of informative charts. We all know what's been going on in housing costs. The one on the left, does it truly reflect how dramatically housing construction costs have gone up? But then on the next chart, you can see that in the red line, the construction industry since '87 has been less productive than virtually any other industry, for that matter. So when we're trying to build at costs that are, in excess of 500, we'll use that as a starting point, and we're trying to sell homes at less than $250 a square foot, this is where we need to build more affordably, and we need to be building more efficiently, and offsite construction is how we get there. So what do we have from the standpoint that, what do we gain from that? We gain time, we gain cost reduction, and we also help with making sure that we are paying living wages. So overall, that on-site, that cost reduction by building off-site is only going to benefit all of us going forward. And then when we look at what it takes to build and reducing our gaps, as you are well aware of, I will just say we anticipate units coming out this time next year. And they're going to come out starting at $160 a square foot out of the factory. Then you have your on-site costs. So we'll go through how we arrived at that $160 a square foot. And you can see it backed up by all of ours. So what are we doing and why are we doing it? We're going to be having the opportunity to have design efficiency, working with not only our folks, but also working with industry and with private developers. And then also there's been a historic misperception regarding on-site construction, off-site construction. The homes we're building are the homes that you are very familiar with at Basalt Vista. That is the quality and the caliber and the efficiency of the modules that will be coming from our factory. So our strategy is to start with a product library starting with the Basalt Vista homes, starting with those Confluence homes, and so next we'll have a vertical integration. Some of the homes will be for our projects. Some of the homes in combination with other entities, and some will be in combination with the private sector. And all the homes coming out will in fact be deed restricted. We are not selling any units on the open market. So with that, what are some of our advantages? The location. Rifle was selected for, you can see, a variety of reasons. The costs, the labor costs, and also to mitigate the fact that we have families that are traveling 5 hours a day to come construct homes in Snowmass and Pitkin County and Aspen. And we're trying to reduce that and put construction where people live and the impacts on the local workforce. Not only will we have 64 jobs of our own, we'll be training 100 students a year in that facility and certifying them trades in partnership with BoCC and CMC. And all of the product coming out will be net ready products. You just take it to the site and put the solar on and you have a net zero home. And net zero ready home, and then it becomes a net zero home. And then it aligns with our mission. And these are the fact that we had to get to a place we could build for less. And that's where we felt this production facility is our only path for the future. You can see the location in Rifle, just west of the community. The wastewater treatment plant is there if you've seen that. But this is the layout of our facility. It is a very flexible layout. We can build a box 12 by 30. We can build a box 18 to 20 by 64. So you're looking at total flexibility coming out of here. And this is a 50-year plant. This 66,000 square feet is going to be there for a very long time to address and be the solution to affordable housing going forward. Do you want to take another peek at that, Greg?
Yeah.
Why don't we just take a break and see if there's some questions?
Yeah, so I just have a couple more to go and that maybe we can do. But you can see we brought in nationally recognized consultants into this process, and we'll walk through who they are. But as I said, this time next year, we're going to be rolling units out. And then here is the pro forma. You can see where we are with respect to our costs, the bond costs, and then the construction costs of the facility. The bond pays for to build the building, and it pays for all the equipment that we will need. It is that other tranche of the 2.5 that we need in working capital that we're working on at this point in time. So again, cross-eyed, these are and you've got it in your packet, but we've accelerated the bond. So in 10 years, we're going to be owning the facility, not 20. But it is a very sound, solid pro forma that's been developed and scrubbed by our bond underwriters, by our consultants, by our manufacturing consultants, our economic consultants. And we know what the industry costs and what it's going to cost to build and what the jobs are going to be. So they're like 10 tabs on this pro forma and love to walk through any of that information with you. So that being said, if we wanted to go up to any aspect of it, I'd love to answer your questions, but thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Questions for Gail or Ashley right now? Patty?
Do we have any commitment of funds from any other counties?
No.
Okay.
No.
So Pickens County is the only one who would be contributing as
And-
a county at this time.
And at this time, and I would like to recognize that I have what I call project tracker, is what I had to develop for the bond underwriters that, and you know me, I have been out talking and working this, that in conversation for about 2,900 units, boxes, people are interested in purchasing from us. We will be producing, as you can see at the very top of this sheet, 200 a year. So when it comes to Pickens County and projects in Pickens County and for Pickens County's projects, you'll be at the front of that line. That this is where we feel people willing to step up alongside of us will have a priority in our production. And the other 2,900 will just have to wait their turn. That we are in conversation now with many other entities, like the Roaring Fork Fire Department. They need 9 units. We are in conversation with other communities, Basalt, and I've made a request to them as well as a contribution to this project. So we're pretty confident we know for the next 2.5 years where every one of those units are going to go, based upon our community partners. And on that list are projects in Pickens County, but also your Phillips project as well. And so we're here, and this is our solution, I believe, long-term. And you can see the fact that we're going to start with our units rolling out this time next year, and then be bumping it up, and we'll be in the black by year 3. And it is a pretty well-conceived, innovative project. We have broken ground, and we expect to have our bond funding in the next 2 weeks of the $25 million.
That was the first. The second one is the bonding, and the fact that, as you probably know, at a federal level, they're looking at no longer having tax-free municipal bonds, which is going to add extreme amount of cost, which is going to push a lot of projects to not being able to even begin complete. So I think that something needs to be taken into consideration, along with conversation we just had with the landfill, the price of goods, the ability to get goods from metal to solar to wood products to anything. So I think the numbers are the best that you can come up with now based on today's current.
May I just?
Well, let me finish, please.
Yeah, I want to just talk about the bond.
Based on today's
yes,
very, very shaky ground. But we're anticipating, looking at the county's projects, that the numbers today are not going to be the numbers tomorrow. So we're looking at having to either cut things out or downsize things or modify things to try and be able to afford them moving forward. So that's a comment I wanted to make. But I am concerned that other counties haven't been brought in. We're all in this together, and I know you've tried. And that's a concern that Pickens County may be the only county jumping in if we choose to go in that direction. And as far as Phillips, I know there's been some conversation as to whether Phillips could accommodate modular. I'm not going to get into that argument or that conversation. But for me, unless we continue to fund Phillips, it won't be ready for houses without our being able to use the monies we have available. And so for us to take money out of the Phillips pot to support this great effort may then make Phillips further down the line, and we won't need modular there, because for at least for years to come, because we won't be able to do the basic fundamentals we're trying to get done at Phillips. That's just part of the conversation that I've been having with myself.
Yes.
So, but thank you.
And I always trust that's a very complex conversation, knowing you, Commissioner. But I will say this bond issue is being published this afternoon, and we'll have the investors on Friday, and we'll be closing in the next 2 weeks. So this is a tax-exempt bond issue that the city of Rifle this thing is way down the road to what the administration is going to do to municipal bond issues going forward. So Rifle was the conduit issuer, no cost to them, not on their spreadsheet. This solely is an issue based upon the viability and feasibility of this project and the revenue projected from this project. And you're absolutely right. When you're looking at the cost per square foot coming out of this project, this is where we feel we can be still remain extremely competitive. So you take next year's dollars at 160 a square foot, and let's say prices go up every place else 20%, so will the 160. But that is still a fraction of what it costs. My latest contractor said 3,000 a square foot here, vertical. Just saying. So I think that this will be that solution in 10 years that Phillips has
Everything will be
them
going
in.
up.
But I'm saying this is a 50-year plan. This is the way we build and create jobs and industry in the Colorado River Valley. And we also train a workforce that will serve this valley at 100 students a year going forward and certify them in the trades. Again, that helps bring some of our costs down. Well, in our trades, we have more tradesmen. So you're absolutely correct that coming alongside us and demonstrating your partnership and helping lead the way on something that impacts the region would be you showed tremendous leadership on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but the bound is happening. It's not
Well,
a thing.
we've also heard, whether or not this will happen, that muni bonds may be one thing today, even if you have it in your hot little hand, and another thing tomorrow, that they may remove your tax exempt status tomorrow. That's what's happening with grants that we've been awarded, and they've come back in and frozen them and taken them away from us. So we just don't.
The underwriters never told us that, and they have a lot of skin in
I
this
was just
game.
in Washington listening to municipal bond conversation.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary out there,
It is.
but.
It's pretty
Okay,
scary
thanks,
out
Kelly.
there.
Yeah, thank you, no problem. Are there other questions for Gail? Jeffrey?
So I'll stick with numbers for a minute, Gail and Ashley. So the bonding, the tranches that you're launching is about 26 million. The building's only 18. So you're raising money for both capital and working expenses, which is why you're here today.
It's the working capital. That's correct.
So, so the question, I guess, from a community standpoint is, we're buying modular today. We're installing modular today, clearly free market as well as deed restricted. So we're going to Salida, we're going to Denver. Why, we're out of county anyway, so why should I go to Rifle rather than Denver or Salida for what's only deed restricted? It seems like so there's a two-part question. One, why Rifle? And two, why wouldn't you also have a free market business that sort of subsidizes your good deed slash deed restricted?
Yeah. Well, speaking of good deeds, you look at that 88 buy down. Basically, that's what that condominium building was
Yeah,
huge
sorry, that was
good
my
deed buy down.
misphrase on that, yeah.
Not that we got any help, but we're
Yeah, no,
we're
my
going
question-
there.
my
But I will
question was really-
I'd like to answer your question specifically. People said, why don't you just buy from, you had included in your packet the demand study. The demand study demonstrated the number of units that are going to be needed going forward for the next decade when it comes to affordable housing. And that is a pretty daunting number. It showed about 2,500 a year per year for the next decade. Finney West can do 12% of that. We're going to do 6% of that. But the other thing is we are creating jobs and opportunity and training a workforce in Rifle. We are one economy. We'll be the only shop on the Western Slope. Our lease requires that we are a nonprofit and we can only sell deed restricted. That is part of our lease with the city of Rifle. So what you have is you are impacting the economy of this region, not Buena Vista. But we're taking care of people here and families here that need to have the workforce training, the certifications, being able to live within 10 miles of their workplace every single day. So we're dedicated to the well-being of this region from here to Parachute. And that's why we feel you can go to Denver, but why submit yourself to that carbon footprint? And I would ask them very fast, are they building net zero ready? And most of them will say no, including Fading West having the same energy efficiency certification that we have on every home, be it in Wapiti, be it at the Confluence, be it at Basalt Vista. Every home is certified blower door test, and we're leading the way when it comes to that, because that's true affordability for people to have $8 a month utility bills forever. So that's why we're doing it ourselves. We are bringing forward, we have had an amazing team along our side, nationally recognized plant designer that has put together, has put together our floor plan. He's been in the business over 30 years. He's going to come and operate our plant and bring two of his best guys. So then we also had our folks in that did all of our, we had a PhD in engineering do all of our pricing and perform a build out. We've had D.A. Davidson is our bond underwriter. They've been at our side for a year and a half, scrubbing every single assumption, every single number. We have had the benefit of Clear, looking at the energy efficiency. The 66,000 square foot building is coming from TPI out of Grand Junction. It will be delivered in May. And then we also have the opportunity that Alasta is doing the solar. We'll have a megawatt of solar that will provide 90% of the energy for this facility. We are doing everything we can to invest in our region and the future of housing going forward with a real solution. And we're doing it as a nonprofit. And the numbers prove up when you're showing 4 years out, this thing makes $5 million net. That can go into new projects. That is our goal as an affiliate. We can continue to build and fund housing going forward. Other question, go ahead.
So just to follow up, I mean, I'd echo Patty's concerns that the target market, the growth, like we know the demographics from the state, the biggest growth, the two drivers are Eagle and Garfield, not Pitkin in terms of new construction. So it's somewhat disconcerting that the two beneficiaries are not at the table as well at the same time. So the two beneficiaries, the potential beneficiaries of both growth and the units are not, part of the same conversation in terms of your seeking.
So when you think of this being a $25 million investment, and I'm asking for $1 million investment on your part, it's 1/25th. And we think about the fact that over the next 10 years, we'll have about 2,000 units come out of it. And we want them to serve, and remember when Basalt was a long distance call? We were just this little string of hamlets going up and down our valleys. We're one economy now. It's all interrelated. And I'm thinking that, yes, I think in proportion to your investment, in proportion to the overall investment, I would ask that it does fit with what your expectations would be for housing in your county. And don't think that Garfield County is escaping me, or Basalt, or Glenwood, and they have stepped forward. They've stepped forward both at Wapiti, Garfield County has, and also at the now L3 is now called the Carter. So.
I know I like.
And one April Fool's follow-up.
Well, thank you so much. I needed not to be reminded of that.
I would be happy if the board brought back 4-digit dialing anywhere in the valley.
I can remember that, right? I can remember 4 numbers.
Strange feeling it's not going to happen.
So I'm kidding, but
likewise. Thank you.
It's big. Families it's a social justice problem. Multiple families to a trailer. We know what people are going through. We are 6% of the solution, but we're proving up a model. You could build the same product, the same facility in Craig and build for those communities. You could do it in La Junta. You could do it in Mesa County. We're not going to. It is proving. This was recommended to the state of Colorado by a consulting group in 2019. This is the scale you need that's economically viable for rural housing development. low risk. Those plants on the Front Range with 2,000 units a year, they're gonna go broke. Just saying, because you still have a workforce there. You still have competitive construction. We don't have either of those things. We don't have a workforce and we don't have competitive construction. We are uniquely positioned because of the demand, because of the location, and the willingness to adopt modular housing. We are in a pretty much the catbird seat to have a really viable product. Great questions. I know this is you know so much about this, and I'm hoping that this is, you see the value in what's taken a very long time to get to today.
Okay, other questions for Gail?
Yeah, thank you. And this is impressive, and I'm really, congratulations on getting it as far as you have. And
I used to be about 5'10".
And thank you for
No way.
Your attention to energy efficiency and renewable energy. That just goes right to my heart, and I really appreciate what you're doing there. I'm looking at what our financial advisory board feedback was.
I'm not seeing that.
And I can't link up, the staff recommendations don't match up with the financial advisory board's advice. And I'm having a disconnect here. Their first question is it possible the county could receive a benefit of modular units somehow? And our staff response is, well, we're gonna look at this as a grant and not as an investment. So it's not an investment, or is it an investment? It's just a different kind. So that's first talking point. The second one is, we don't have a need for modular housing units presently. It's like, okay, I don't understand that. And then modular units are typically used to support affordable housing via lower market housing. There's some things in here don't make sense to me, and I want to support this. I would love it if we were more transactional, which seems to be the buzzword of the day, which would be what is our community getting for the money we're investing in terms of hard housing. I think that's it. You know, a grant it still ends up building housing that somehow the community benefits from, but there's no direct connection there, right? And I think this county goes out on a limb more than most in terms of get grants rather than investments, but I'm still choking on that.
So thank you. And I think that it's much like when you all stepped up alongside of in the Carter with your 3 priorities. It's the same thing, that you will have in perpetuity 3 units that will be owned by employees of Pickens County in perpetuity. That it didn't buy down the units, but it gave you access to the units. This is the same thing. This will put you in the front of the line when you need it, and say that a portion of that 6% of the need that's being addressed, portion of those 200 boxes a year, that you will have priority for that. Because I have a list of 3,000 now. But those people that chose to come with us, just like at the Carter, will have priority for that production. It is an investment going forward. And this is a 50-year project. That building will be there, the jobs, the production will be there, and the advantage of being able to bring forward off-site construction. This can replace trailer parks. This can be ADUs. This can build apartment buildings up to 4 stories. This could build a lumber yard. This factory is so versatile. It can build a whole spectrum of uses, and that's where we have to take the long range. To step up to 25 million has been no easy task, and I just trust that we all are going to benefit from this in the long term, housing those families and housing projects that need to produce affordable units going forward. My husband sort of jokes and calls me the little red hen, that everybody's going to want a slice of this bread. So just asking for some help as we get there.
Sure.
If I could follow up, the last thing in there, just the recommendation from staff is that there really isn't a guarantee that this is affordable housing, or what mechanism is in place to guarantee affordability. So it sounds like something needs to be sorted out there.
Greg, if I may.
Yeah, please.
That was written before we knew from Gail that the lease from Rifle requires that they're deed restricted affordable.
Got it, thank you.
So that shouldn't
Yeah,
be
we
a
were
concern
chatting
anymore,
about
yeah.
that.
Final question. What happens to our investment if something goes wrong, prices go up, you can't complete the project, and it fails? Where does our money go?
We have with a pretty solid contract, we have the building already coming at a price, not going anywhere, not going up. Solar, we already have our deposits on that. We have the contractor has an 8% contingency, and we also have, I believe it's a 7% contingency in our budget. So we feel that this will be completed, next Q1 of 26. And I think that with the materials that we already have lined up, we are going to start to purchase our equipment in 3 weeks. That equipment we need, we're going to start purchasing it. As I said, the designer for that plant is going to come operate this plant and is already on board with us. We know everything down to the last wrench of what we need to run this plant. And we're going to start getting that in place and on, not on site, but so to speak, because just for all those reasons, we want to make sure we have everything in hand to open those doors.
Do you have guaranteed prices on the equipment? Because I understand that.
We have estimates now that we have sought out, and we want to close those estimates as soon as we close them.
You heard the WeCycle's estimates that they had for their new equipment went up by, what, $200,000?
Well, ours have just been priced within, the last 30 days, so, the
Right,
equipment that we have.
post-tariff.
Because we had to have it in the pro forma. Everything, the wages and so forth, in the pro forma. So that's why the pro forma is so current. And when you're under the pressure of these underwriters, you all know well enough, the scrutiny is pretty exhausting.
Last one is, last one, then I'll hand it back to you. The Financial Advisory Board suggested stage funding based upon milestones or predefined benchmarks. When do you want the money, and how long can we delay giving you the money?
I would love the money as soon as possible, and I'm happy to meet benchmarks and prove up and have all sorts of metrics I can report to you every 6 months. What we're building for, who's getting the homes, what the EMIs are, where the homes are going. We will have all this tracked going forward. We can give you reports and benchmarks, because that's what we're doing for the bond council. The amount of accountability and scrutiny we're under with trustees, et cetera, it's really something. Happy to provide you with all of that assurance that this thing is, you have a lot of folks that are super invested in this that are watching us and the project very closely. This isn't just Habitat, just think, it's pretty solid.
I'll cede to Jeffrey or Kelly, and then.
I also have a question or two, but go ahead.
So my quick one was, the answer to Greg's original question was, Pitkin would be unsecured, at risk, property, plant, and equipment would be subject to the 3 tranches of debt that you just issued, and so we're below your lien holders, would be my answer to your question, but that's just me.
No, that's about
May I
right.
just respond to that quickly?
Yeah, it wasn't a negative, it was
No, I think
reading of your prospectus.
You're unsecured and you're in the lineup.
Yeah.
But I will say, having spoken to your chair of your FAB, and their position was so reassuring, seeing the feasibility of the project. I mean, your FAB took a really sharp pencil to that, and I think felt secure in making an investment because of the scrutiny that they gave that pro forma. They talked to our bond underwriters. They talked to, I don't know if they talked to our plant designers, but they also talked to our owner's consultant, the PhD in engineering, who used to design Audi production plants, that they saw the work that's gone into this. And it is felt it was sound, more than sound. And you look at the revenue generated from it in these out years, this is an investment that will come back to the communities in the region to invest in projects going forward.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Kara to respond. I have a question, then I see Francie's hand.
Sure, and this is in response to Greg and Jeffrey's. I think the FAB is recommending more of that transactional relationship, so give the money and get something in return. Staff's piece is recommending this as a grant, and so Jeffrey, it's really where our money would sit. It's not really in relation to the lien holders if it was awarded as that grant. And the reasoning staff's recommendation is as that grant agreement is we honestly just don't know yet, and so anything that's predetermined for modular build, if it was for Phillips or somewhere else, we would still want to go out to RFP. They could always RFP out for it or anything, but anything that is more transactional for units at this point is too early for staff feels where we are in the process. So that's the distinction between the FAB and the staff's recommendations.
My question is with $1 million contribution, does that generate savings for the project by buying down part of one of the taxable bonds?
It will go into what we would have to borrow in the working capital.
It'll reduce that amount, okay. And so do you know what that reduction would be in addition to the $1 million that we would?
So the A and B series bonds will go to institutional investors, and that's what's being put out to them. There are 4 entities that are quite, what we feel, solidly in our camp, ready to invest. We, as we said, today it's being finalized and printed, and tomorrow, the next 2 days, they'll put it up for bid. So I can't say specifically, but it will come in and help us when we're getting into the plant, ready to open those doors and start producing. And the pro forma, which we've provided to you, has about 10 tabs. And you'll see where all that working capital goes into every single aspect of it, starting with buying that equipment by month. It's all laid out. And people much smarter than I have put that pro forma together.
But let me just clarify, so absent the $1 million contribution, you take out the full 2.5 in the Series C bond?
So,
okay.
May
That's
I
just what I wanted
May I
to
just
understand.
respond also to the Kara's comment that we're going to treat your participation as a granted unsecured loan. You can't have a position on the project or the property, but Habitat's going to treat it both ways in terms of having a priority going forward. These funds coming to help us at this point, as I said, we already have $1.5 million into this in 1.5 years. It all just supports this effort and of what we're doing. So I can't exactly quantify exactly what it's going to save us and where it will be slotted in, but it's super valuable.
I think just the point I wanted to make, that our contribution reduces other costs that you have to absorb from the pro forma. Francie, go ahead.
Can I say hello, Francie, up there? Hi, Gail. I have a question, and then I have some comments. Oh, heck, what was my question? Oh, yeah. How much is Garfield putting in?
No, I have not approached Garfield County.
Why not?
I haven't had time.
Okay, I didn't know whether you thought they would just say no, so you're not going to.
And your neighbors here in Aspen
I thought
as well.
we were your last resort, so.
No.
Okay. How much are you asking Garfield for?
Well, I have asked Basalt for 500. I haven't gotten to Aspen. I was going to ask for something comparable to what I'm asking here, but just getting this thing teed up is really where I'm at now, and we've been on this agenda since November, in conversation since November. So we're finally circling back to you. So this is.
But you're not in conversation with Garfield yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Not yet. Well, I mean, you're an incredible go-getter, Gail. I really admire you. Your energy is amazing. I'm going to make some comments, and I don't want a response from the comments. I don't need another sales job. I understand where you're coming from and what your needs are. My comments are, that I'm concerned about encouraging growth in Colorado. I think Jared Polis is making a mistake by trying to encourage so much growth in Colorado. I don't think the Southwest is the right place for us to be encouraging people to move to. We don't have enough water. We have an emergency situation with the amount of water in the Colorado River. And for Polis to suggest that we build 740,000 new housing units in Colorado, or whatever his number is, maybe it's 170, I forget. But whatever it is, it's too much. And so I'm really concerned about doing that in our valley. And I think that by making houses of this type and with this price tag, we are encouraging people to move here. We're not just housing people who are already here. So that's my concern. I'm not sure, I haven't decided yet how I will vote when it comes to a vote on this, but that's my concern. But Gail, I do congratulate you on the work you've done. You're an amazing woman. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I know you don't want a response, but these people are already here. They're already working. They're just paying too much, commuting too far, substandard condition, children are suffering, communities are suffering.
I know all that. I understand all that. But if the people who are already housed move into these houses, other people will move into their houses. But, you know, it's not a compassionate point of view. Elon Musk would love it, but I don't know yet how I'm going to vote, but I am concerned about encouraging growth in Colorado. But
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Francie, and thank you, Gail. And we do have to come to some direction for staff, because as I understand it, I don't think this comes back to us as a vote at all, since the money is already appropriated in housing, but
No,
you correct me?
it does need to come back to the board via a 2-read resolution for a grant agreement. That's how we've been doling out funds of this matter in the past. So you will, the direction I would need today is whether or not you'd like us to come back for first reading with a grant agreement, or if you'd like to go some other route.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yes, thank you. I'll be really quick because I don't mind spending a few more minutes on this because it's so important. But I'm concerned about the need to go out to a competitive bidding process. I don't think we could just take these. That's a question that was brought up in staff's memo. So we'd have to go through the process that we adhere to in Pickens County. So it doesn't mean we'd automatically be able to take your units. We'd have to go out to a process. That's one point. The other one is, I understand people are commuting too far, but so if we put our construction industry to work in Rifle, what's going to happen to the cost of construction in the Upper Valley? We're already having a problem with people being able to build 2,500 square foot homes because of the increased cost. And now if they have to pay more for labor, we won't even have that market available in the Upper Valley for people who might be able to build a free market, smaller home. That's of concern to me, on top of our energy code, our fire code, and now if we're taking our construction workers and putting them to work in Rifle, what's that going to do to our market? And we don't want to bring more people, as Francie said, into this valley. So those are concerns to me. My final concern is I want to get Phillips done, and I really think we need to use all of our money to get Phillips done, and then we can figure out what we're going to do about modular versus stick-built. But we got to get Phillips done. We've promised our constituency in our county that we would get Phillips done, and we need every penny to further that project. It's a tough decision.
Well, I'll offer a counter point of view here. I don't think that the modular plant generates demand that doesn't already exist in our valley for housing the people that work here, and for a workforce that is driven by an economy that is in Pickens County, and for which Pickens County's budget benefits from the property and sales tax revenues that come in. And, you know, we set a portion of this aside from general funds money, which was over and above and in excess of what our budget was, because we benefited from the thriving nature of our economy that thrives on the backs of people who don't have housing, can't afford housing, and commute hours of that of their day due to the housing problems. I think that what is being asked for here is a fraction of the multipliers of benefit that happen down the line. When we talk about a $25 million project to contribute to housing solutions, that's in comparison to housing solutions which cost $1 million a unit to put on the ground. So it to me is a small portion of the vast cost that housing solutions require, and it has synergistic benefits that go beyond just getting a head on a bed. And so the value here, I think, is we will get greater than what we invest or contribute. I think Habitat has always been a reliable partner, that if we need to go to them for partnership in the future, I have no expectation that partnership isn't going to be met productively through collaboration with us. So, we've had this $5 million sitting there for years and years and years, and I think it's time that we spend a small portion of that towards the huge value increase that it's going to contribute to. And this project is going forward without us or not. It's just, do we help make it more affordable for Habitat so they can continue to deliver affordable housing in, to more people? That's the question I think that's at hand. Go ahead.
I'm still thinking about tariffs. When you go back to start buying this equipment and you discover it costs a lot more, how does that change the calculus? I mean, what happens if it turns out the numbers don't work anymore? I guess our money's gone, but your bond, what do your bond people do?
Would make sense for you to provide that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to.
I'm just trying to, I have to think about worst case scenarios. What we're saying is we're going to do a grant. We're not going to make an investment. So once our money's in, it's in. If things don't go right because costs are just so much higher due to what we're seeing happen, what happens? And
Thank you.
I guess I need to understand that.
So we have, it's just below $1 million is our equipment.
The cost of the equipment's about $1 million.
Estimate.
Yeah, so it goes up 30%. So it's 1.3. We have already so many reserves built in this, contingencies built into this, and also we're shooting for 160 a square foot coming out.
So maybe it gets higher.
You leave now, right at the.
He'll be back.
decision?
Sorry. He has to get on a call.
2:45. Sorry, Kelly, can I take the floor for 60 seconds?
Yes.
So
Gail, we're going to
Sorry.
let Jeffrey jump
I'm
in
gonna step
because he
out.
has to
I
testify
apologize.
on a bill on our behalf.
I don't support this as presented. It's 25% of what's in the housing fund. If you'd walked in with the school district and the fire department, other districts, I think it would be a different conversation. I think you walked in, this is a factory play, and it's not generating units per se to land in Pitkin County. So I think this is sort of sell-side led rather than buy-side led. So I have a hard time supporting this as drafted.
Commissioner, may I provide you our tracker for the fire department, for the school district? These are where, they have already signed up for units. I have where those units are going to go to different projects in different communities. So that's why we can't build another townhouse for the fire department because we lose too much money. But we can build for the fire department. So we already have the list of where they will go, and it's only being driven by our commitment to serve, as we did the school district in Pitkin County with Basalt Vista.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
This is my 10:30.
Sorry, you were cut off, Greg.
Sorry?
You were cut off.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm just, I feel like we can get there. I don't know if I'm there yet, but we feel like we can get there. I don't know you don't need an answer today. I think you probably love one, so you could then make a resolution, but I don't know if I'm
Use
there
one
yet.
today.
It'd be very helpful, but I so appreciate your consideration. These will be 64 jobs in Rifle. We already have a crew of 14 in Rifle. So we'll be hiring another 50 people over the next 5 years. I don't see sucking the workforce, but we'll be training 100 people a year that will be coming here as part of the workforce that aren't being trained today. So that is just one in response. But with regard to, sure, the partnership would mean a lot to us and be helpful. And the fact that we've stepped up, and I'm hoping all the entities that we have online to build housing for, the hospital, the school district, this project right over here with the music festival. I mean, these are all the conversations we're in to help keep people in the school district and keep families here. So I hear you. So thank
Sorry,
you.
I just want to keep our board conversation
My
going
apology.
here because
My
we do have
apology.
to get to some resolution that I'm not sure I've heard clarity around. I guess I would point out, I mean, we've given $1 million to buy down, I think, to participate in buy downs of 8 units, none of which exist in Picken County at this point. And this is a project that's, asking for $1 million to deliver 200 units over multiple years in a row in the future. So again, like the input and outputs here are vast. Yes, Patty.
I still stand behind the fact that.
I know, you've said, I think,
I
your
know,
piece,
but the
and we're
other-
clear where you stand.
I'm not. Could you just reiterate?
It's
Sorry.
getting
I'm
Phillips done, but the other thing is that we contributed, I think, $7 million to the Great Basalt Vista. So we have been great partners with Habitat, and we've
Yes.
appreciated that. So it's not that but we're gonna house 50 new workers in Rifle. That's gonna take up the first 50 modular that are built. I think modulars are the way to go, and it's the coming thing. But I really am committed to getting Phillips done. I have promised the constituency for years.
Francie?
Yes, thank you, Kelly. I just wanted to clarify that it's not this project that I'm objecting to or your work, Gail. It's just the idea of we just have this mentality right now that we just need to build hundreds and hundreds of units of housing. Well, we don't have hundreds and hundreds of people homeless right now. So we are inviting people to move to this community and to Colorado in general and to the Southwest in general. That's where my concern is. I mean, to suddenly have hundreds of people moving to the lumberyard and then hundreds of people moving to the Garfield County in modular homes has me very concerned about the water. And so I just want to make sure you realize it's not about this project, which I think is incredibly well put together. And I also agree with you, Kelly, that $1,000 to help promote more housing than buying down one unit for a middle-class family makes a lot of sense financially. And I was kind of waiting to hear what you had to say, Kelly. But I will say that that we put a resolution together and then we can see where the quid pro quo actually is and what it looks like and what's happened with our national economy in the meantime. So I wouldn't object to putting a reso together and then having a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
Yes, Greg.
I think I see Francie has a way forward, and that would be, okay, approving a reso. But when you come back, I think what I want to know, I want to hear from Garfield, Aspen, Basalt. We could be the last one in. We could say, yeah, we're going to do this, but we want to be the last one in. And I want to find out who else is doing this. What other partners are stepping up? And if we can challenge them in some way, I'd be a lot more amenable to doing that. To just flat out do it and not know what happens with any of the others makes me a little nervous. So I'd love to hear from AVH and the school district and the MAA and Pitkin County about how we might be able to use some of this housing because that's still not clear to me. So maybe that's part of the next presentation.
And may
And
I
it
just-
makes more work for you, and I
Yeah.
apologize.
No, I have the tracker. I had to provide it for the fund. I'll tell you exactly how many units the hospital needs, how many the school district needs, how many the fire department. We already have them in the
And are they
list.
putting the money up front?
They will put it up front when they order the units.
They're not putting money into the project now, only after the units are built.
Right,
When
so
they order the
they're
units.
not putting money in, but they're getting something out of it. We're putting money in, but we're
and
not
that's
really
right.
getting anything out of it.
That's right. And
So we're taking the huge leap of faith. That's the part that that's just my disconnect. I've made investments that were a tiny fraction of the big hole, and it was gonna make a great return, and poof, it all just vanished in front of me. So I'm nervous about it, and I could see, hopefully that would never happen, but it's just kind of interesting. Everybody here has a plan to buy these things, but they're not willing to put any skin in the game up front and expecting us to.
I have asked the school district for funds, and I will go back to the school board. I have asked other entities for funds. This is a 24/7 getting this bond done.
I know how hard
You've been
you've
in
worked.
this world.
I do think we have to move on from this. I think the direction that I'm
But-
hearing
but
is to have
it's not from lack
another
of asking and willingness to
conversation
continue
relative
this.
to the first reading of a resolution to allocate these monies. And we have presented, I think, some additional information that the board would like to hear before it's prepared to say whether or not it wants to contribute the $1 million from your request. So that is what I think the next step is going to be, if I hear correctly.
Can I add to, I
Satisfy
will
me.
I will go in that direction until we can have further discussion, but I want to also hear what monies we need to be putting into Phillips.
Yeah, I
Where
hear
we on
that
that
too.
status, because again, we keep nickel and diming that fund, and we're not gonna be able to get Phillips done. We won't need modulars, even if we
just
can use them at Phillips.
to
Thank you.
confirm, I'm hearing a couple pieces that we need to bring forward. So one is bring forward in a resolution as a grant agreement for discussion with the board, the $1 million ask with a little bit more information, I think, Gail, from your team about what are the asks that have been out on the front end to other communities. And then I think from the staff perspective is bringing in where we have been budgeting for some of the Phillips dollars and can speak about the 4.5 million fund versus the housing impact fund and the tax dollars to give you that picture for the discussion. Is that
Real quick,
that's a
too,
clarity I'm hearing.
What other, real quick, if there's any other opportunities for us to use modular, I can't think of any other land we own where we could put modular in Pickens County or partners, and we're not even sure because of the topography at Phillips, but, so if that information might be available, that would be great information to have.
We will be able to provide a larger picture of all the partnership conversations we've been having, many of which may use modular, but it's hard for the board, and I sympathize with where you all are at. We have a property tax, and we haven't had the opportunity yet to give you the big picture of that plus Phillips. And so we are just trying to juggle these asks as they come in because some of them are time sensitive. And
Right.
so we can give you as much information as we have in about a month's time. I'm wondering how much time it'll take Gail to go back to some other communities and ask.
20
And I
minutes,
just want to manage expectations that it's going to be very hard to deliver you the perfect 5-year
We
vision,
understand that.
you know, but we're trying to get at least some tidbits of information to paint that landscape for you a bit more.
Okay, thank you. And your
Only
last
quick
question.
caveat would be, we're being asked for $1 million, but what if the city comes in and says, yeah, we want to participate, and Basalt does, and everyone else does, and maybe we don't have to put a full $1 million in, but we put in 500,000, or, so when you come back to us, the number could be somewhat flexible depending on who else is going to jump in advance with us. And we're going to encourage them to get in the pool with us. I'll make calls myself
I
if you
do,
want me to.
and I will too, but I do just want to point out, not all budgets are made the same. I mean, the Roaring Fork School District is a major budget fall, right?
Right.
Shortfalls right now.
And the
you
school
know.
district is thinking about
So,
another ballot question.
Right, we
like
understand.
we are an economic generator that has access to funds for a reason that others do not, that we're being asked to tap into for the community's
Like
benefit.
Aspen, you mean?
And I would say, our FAB, supported us contributing to this project. They may have added some conditions, but they didn't raise issues for us with the
kind of
pro
ignored
forma
their
or the
conditions.
financial risk as it exists.
Our staff basically ignored their conditions and said that's not where we're going.
They didn't ignore the recommendation, however, that it was a financially sound plan. That's my point.
There's my disconnect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry, this
thank
wasn't
you.
exactly what you hoped
Hey,
for.
that was a step in
but
the right
we'll-
direction. Two
we'll
forward
get
and
there.
one
There's
back.
a lot of need for this.
No, I
issue.
appreciate your time, your willingness to hear it out, and hopefully you'll take it in consideration next time we talk.
Send me a
Thank you.
contact list and I'll
Francie,
make
sorry, your
calls.
hand is still
Can I
up.
take you with me when I go do my ass?
Maybe.
Maybe. Be great.
Okay.
Last time we were here, you did ask for an exploration of the intercept lot, and I'm wondering where that is.
That's on our list of about 4,500
That's
things
right.
we
I'm
need to be
just saying,
looking at.
that would be a great location. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, we're not running behind. We're running through break. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Okay.
Keep going. Great.
Um,
Eric's here.
Thanks, Gail.
Mr. Helm, I assume, come on up.
We haven't even gotten to the tough decisions.
I know. I know.
Oh, okay.
It's not on. Yours is on, Lisa. Okay. Okay, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Anderson, and we're here to talk about citizen boards. We have Mr. Eric Helm with us, who has applied for a position on the Citizen Grant Review Committee. And we also have Lisa Yorker, who's the board liaison.
Hello.
And we have two people who resigned.
One timed out and one resigned early.
Right.
Well, they
So,
both kind of
yeah, they did. So they were up for renewal on this board, and they are not renewing. So we have a total of 4 vacancies, 3 regular and 1 youth, and actually that is also one of those regulars can be used as a youth if we have 2 youth applicants. Yes, Jennifer Mason and Michael Miracle. So, okay, so yeah, we're just looking to fill those vacancies, and I'll let you all ask Mr. Helm questions.
Okay, Mr. Helm, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, good. Thank you for your patience in our preceding item as we work.
Well, kind of fun to listen to.
So as we typically conduct these citizen board interviews, we invite you to talk a little bit about yourself, your interest in the board, any knowledge or connection you have to the board or its work, and then we do kind of a round robin and ask you a few questions. And then later this afternoon, we're going to have some conversations about all of our citizen board appointments, and we give direction to staff to prepare a formal resolution that comes back to us to vote on, and would identify at that point if we've appointed you to the board, and you will hear from staff on our decision. That works.
Okay.
Okay, so, and Jeffrey had to step away. He's testifying on some legislation for us remotely right now, but I think he'll be able to rejoin here in a few minutes. So I invite you to go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in this board.
Okay, well, I was recruited and asked to submit an application by Steve Wicks, one of the outgoing board members. He knew I had some experience. I'm originally from Freeport, Illinois, small town in north central Illinois. And I had experience with the United Way there, working on their allocations committee, which serves a similar function to this board, other than they are allocating their donated funds as opposed to tax dollars. But the process is the same. Local charities apply for grants from the United Way, and the allocations committee reviews all the grants and makes recommendations to the board, which then distributes the funds. So as I understand it, very similar to what this board does for the county's tax dollars that are set aside for the charities in community health. Also served on the board of the Boys and Girls Club in Freeport. I was the fundraising chairman for them for 6 years. That's the majority of my charity work. And as I said, I was recruited by Steve to replace him. He thought it would be a good match, and it sounded like a good way to contribute to the community, so I submitted my application.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Questions for Eric? Greg.
Well, first of all, thanks for stepping up. This is great. It's really nice to meet you and have you come in and do this. And I'm grateful to Steve for recommending, and his recommendation is highly regarded. So, thanks. And your parents are known as you know, strong members of the community, and it's great to you know, to see that their offspring are following and doing similar sort of good work. So.
Oh, well, thank you. You know Bob and Sue, I take it.
Yeah, we
then.
all know Bob and Sue.
Okay.
I know Sue. I can't. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for that. Have you looked at the vast array of organizations that we fund?
I haven't looked through
okay,
a
it'll be kinda
complete list
interesting.
of that. No.
Yeah, I'd encourage it. I'm just wondering if do you have any concerns about funding anything in particular, or are there restrictions you have on your own philosophy or anything else that would restrict you from looking at everything we have? And I don't think we have anything controversial. I'm just thinking, you know, this may be slightly different from the United Way in Illinois, and I'm just wondering. You know,
I am not familiar with. I understand there are 60-some applications every year. 74 and I come nowhere near complete knowledge of those institutions. So I will be learning for the first couple years for sure.
It's an eye-opener. Yeah.
I don't have any religious obstacles or any things I think shouldn't be funded that I think may be funded now. I think the one thing controversial we ran into with the United Way was the Boy Scouts of America. And for the time I was on the United Way, they did not fund the Boy Scouts because of their stand on gay rights and to a lesser extent not allowing women.
Right. I don't think we have conflicts like that here that I could.
No, but you can't say women anymore.
You can't. Thanks.
I think it's females.
Well, the United Way's position was on that they stood strongly on being a private institution and having the right to have whatever ethical code they wanted to establish, and say, well, you're a private institution. These are somewhat public funds. They weren't public funds, they were privately donated, but by an array of people who have a diverse opinion on how they should be used. So it wasn't so much against their stand as much as it was if you're insisting on the right to maintain your own private beliefs, then rely on your own private funds.
Got it. If I could add one more
Sure,
follow-up.
and then I have a follow-up from you.
We've had kids, you know, school kids, like precocious, smart local school kids help with this board, help the funding committee make their decisions. And I'm wondering if you had experience working with kids on boards, teenagers, I guess. They're probably, what, 9th graders and up or something like that in the historically We
No,
don't have
that-
anybody yet, but.
That will be a new experience.
Have any
I was
idea?
on the Boys and Girls Club board, but
Okay.
the board was adults overseeing an organization designed for kids.
Right, copy that.
We got involved with the kids a little bit, but as far as the board's activities, they were not involved.
Great. Well, thank you. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
I'm just going to follow up on something
Yeah,
that
no
Greg
problem.
said. Greg's question sparked a question for me, which is, do you have any particular sectors that are, more exciting or inspiring for you? And I think of that in terms of like arts and culture or environment or, services for the disabled or kind of buckets like that. I'm just curious.
I don't have a personal specific interest. Mental health and healthcare and the health for the community is of interest to me. But no, I haven't worked personally in a very niche area that I have a passion for.
Your statement was perfect. That was helpful. Thank you. Patty.
Yeah, I think you'll find it fascinating. I think you'd be a great addition. Again, want to thank you for applying. But it's really amazing. You can ask Steve, who was pretty well versed in the nonprofits in this, and he was still surprised to see how many nonprofits, how diverse the can't use that word, how the variety of nonprofits we have valley-wide, and the needs. And I think we don't know what's going to happen with funding outside sources for all of these nonprofits, but it's a tough decision at the end of the day when you have this many dollars and you have this many requests. It takes a lot of thought, and it takes a lot of, as you can see from our last item, sometimes the decisions are not easy. But I think you'll find it fascinating, and I think you'd be a great addition to this board, and maybe you can help recruit a few more of Steve Wick's friends to come on board with you.
Are you still
I've
trying
already-
to
I've
fill
already pressed Steve Wicks
vacancies?
Yeah, but we have a couple options coming, and also some approaches to the youth. There's an advocacy group run up at the high school. We're meeting with them this week.
Great.
To talk to them about getting youth involved.
It's great to have the youth on this. Then they're
Try,
fascinated.
and we're also going to have an abbreviated version of the review process for them, because youth today are a lot busier than they were when this started.
When we started them, yeah. Thank you.
Francie, do you have any questions?
I don't have questions. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Helm, for applying. I do think this is one of the more interesting opportunities that our volunteers have to peruse the list of nonprofits who ask for money and make decisions. And I think it does require a little bit of homework.
I'll say.
Because there are so many nonprofits and so many applications that, it's going to take some time to go through everything, but it sounds like you're ready to do that. My mother was very involved with the United Fund most of her life, so I understand what your work there was like. And thank you for that service that you did. So just want to thank you for applying, and, we'll let you know soon.
Great. Thanks, Francie.
Do you miss Illinois at all?
Not a lot.
Is the application process still open for this, or?
We will continue to take it.
Because
because
the
we
hope
have
is to fill
vacancies.
3 vacancies and 1 student
So
vacancy.
we'll have 2 more that we can do, at least one. We'd like to get 2 more adults.
Right, 3
Yeah.
regular and 1 youth.
1 or 2
Okay.
youth.
Right.
So
All right. Wow.
spread the word.
I think that'll be an easy decision.
I have been.
Thank you.
You might,
Yes.
hopefully you'll hear from somebody, so,
I appreciate it.
yeah,
Great.
hopefully, great. Well,
I look forward to being able to work with some youth. I assume it'd be high school kids.
Right.
Yeah. They're primarily in like 11th, 12th grade, so
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
they're fun.
Yeah,
Fresh,
keep us on our
fresh
toes.
views on
They
things.
keep everybody on their toes
Yeah.
on this, that's for sure.
And we'll also be
Okay.
doing site visits, and I'll invite you to some of those as well, so you can get to know some of the nonprofits hand first, like so you can see what they're doing on the ground.
Yeah, great. That we found that really helpful at the United Way.
Great.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Well,
that's great.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Yep, thanks for the consideration and your
Yes.
time.
Thanks for
Yes.
waiting to get to talk to us. Appreciate you.
Thanks,
I
thanks
think
for
we were
being
about
patient
on
with
time.
us.
I
Yeah.
was just a little early.
Yes, that's great. Yeah, we're moving forward pretty close. We're about 5 minutes behind.
And luckily Jeffrey wasn't here. He would have quizzed you on numbers, any numbers you were gonna.
An aggregate.
I look forward to that. That was one thing I did really dig into with the United Way was, do they have a strong balance sheet and understanding of their finances?
Okay,
Luckily,
you're
we have
talking
our
our language.
finance person do a first run on them,
Oh, good.
so you
Great.
don't have to do a really deep dive. That's not competitive for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, nice to see you, Lisa.
Nice to see you.
care.
Take care.
Bye. Okay, so we have quite a number of citizen board interviews that we've heard to consider and make recommendations. Charlotte, thank you for the information in the packet, and I'll turn it over to you to walk us through this. a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, yes, we have 15 renewing applicants, and we have 13 total new applicants. So, as you saw in your packet, there's a summary sheet that lists all of the boards. I do want to just remind you that Meg and Jackie, you already approved for the Airport Advisory Board for renewals. And then Jason Janes is currently an alternate on the Redstone Historical Preservation Board. He's willing to step up to a regular position if you all agree with that. And then Healthy Rivers and Streams just recently had a vacancy. Someone resign, and so we just kind of started that application. Well, not a couple of weeks ago, started that application process. And currently we're scheduled to close applications this Friday on the 4th. We actually had another applicant over the weekend, so we actually have 2 applicants at this point. So if you want, I will just go through the summary sheet and let
Great.
you guys
That'd be helpful
make
for me.
decisions like that.
Question first. Just real quick, I know we have probably a tough decision with the AAB. City of Aspen is not making their decision on their appointment until the 8th, I believe, next week. So I don't know if we want to wait for that discussion after we know who the city's appointing, or if we want to move forward on our
Why
behalf.
don't we have our discussion, and if we think they interact at all, then we
Okay.
can cross that bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a
Francie, you
question
have a
too.
question? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Kelly. Charlotte, I thought I read in the packet that you were thinking of extending the deadline for Healthy Rivers and Streams applicants.
I have to talk to the liaisons to see if they want more than 2 applicants, which is what we have currently. And like I said, it's open until this Friday, the 4th. So I'll speak with Lisa, and we'll make a decision on whether they want to extend that.
Okay.
So the first board is the Airport Advisory Board. And as I mentioned, Jackie and Meg, you've already approved their renewals. And we have George Newman, Jack Cohen, Jim Light, Ann Mullins, and Evan Marks. And you all made the decision that Jack Cohen did not have to interview because he had interviewed for other positions as well.
Okay, and these are both for alternate positions, an alternate 1
Yes,
and
we
an
have-
alternate 2.
Correct, and one has a 1-year term and the other one has a 2-year term.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we skip over this one until we have a full board. Jeffrey should be coming back. His testimony is only 2 minutes when they eventually call on him. But I think there will be easier decisions than this one, so let's move on.
Okay, so we'll go to the Animal Shelter Board. Michelle Fox is renewing.
I don't see a problem with that myself.
I'm okay with that. Thumbs up.
Me too.
Okay.
Who's the APSHA board? Who's that?
The APSHA Board, we have Francie.
But I'm confused.
Picking County.
I'm confused too. I didn't understand that.
Her during our board appointments.
Yeah, so why is she on here for this?
Because
We haven't interviewed her yet.
her term expired. So just like Kelly's term expired last year. So we
Oh, I
just
see.
all made that decision to renew her for another term.
Okay, well,
It's a timing thing. I think we already appointed Francie when we did our board appointments
yeah.
in January, so it can
Okay,
carry over.
I just
We're-
need
we're
to.
good.
We're gonna skip your interview this time.
I'm not appointing her. so-
What have you done
Dang.
for APSHA lately?
Patty's
I
a
got
no
lots
on
to
this.
say.
I'm a no. Okay.
Francie was quite productive at the retreat. She had so many good ideas.
Okay.
Thank you for
Kelly?
stepping up, Francie.
Okay, Board of Adjustment, Charlie Podolak
Oh,
is
Ken.
wishes
How do
to
you
renew.
not have Charlie around?
I
Been
know.
there for a long time, yeah,
Everybody okay with that one?
fine.
All right. Financial Advisory Board, Jonathan Feldman has agreed to renew his term.
I have a question. I'm fine with that. But the thing is, I don't really know Jonathan. And I realize I never hear from the Financial Advisory Board other than a recommendation they might make to staff. Would we ever have the chair? Is there a chair at the Financial Advisory Board? If there is, I don't know who it is. Ever come and talk to us and talk about the state of the Financial Advisory Board, how things are going, the dynamics? Is that something I'd be interested in hearing about that? Because that's a super important board.
We never had the Animal Shelter Board come to us. We never.
Yeah, this one might be a little more important than that.
Jonathan works at the bank, used to be at Community Bank, now he's at Alpine Bank.
Yeah, see, you know him.
He's born and raised
I've
here,
probably
he sits
met
on the
him.
election board.
I've probably met him. But anyway, just wanted to throw
Is
that
that
out.
something you want us to pose to Anne in like future agenda
Yeah.
discussion?
It'd be fun to meet those guys and like see them all in the room together.
I think that's definitely something we can pose to Anne, and maybe one piece, because I do think it's coming up a lot, right? The municipal bonds, airport, in a lot of different places. It might be worth during a future open discussion, like what are some of the things you want to talk with the FAB about?
Right.
So Anne can kind of have them prepped as well of what that discussion would look like.
Yeah, just how is it going? Do they all get along? Do they have arguments? Do they arm wrestle? Do they hold each other accountable? Like, well, you know.
I do recall Anne saying sometimes it's hard to schedule that board.
It's hard to get them all in one
Very
place.
busy
Yeah, so
people.
that may be hard for us too. I don't want to put extra work on them, but it'd just be nice to be, I just think there might be one of the most important boards we have presently and going forward, and it'd be great to be
In the
more
meantime, can we
connected.
reappoint
Yes,
Jonathan?
meanwhile, happy to put Jonathan back on. There are no red flags next to his, red checks or anything next to his name, so.
He's pretty attentive.
Okay, then the Pitkin County Library has Elizabeth Nix, who's renewing her term.
Great, fine by me.
Open Space and Trails, we have Michael Kinsley, who has agreed to renew, and then we also have
David Chase.
David Chase, who applied and also lives in District 4, so qualifies for that position as well.
And that's the only open seat, or the only renewing seat.
Yep, that's.
Could I jump in?
Yes, I think let's start talking about this. Jeffrey just called me. He's still waiting to get called to testify, but I can call him back in
He
here.
can wait here too.
Can I ask a question about open space and trails?
Yes, Francie. And
So
then-
Charlotte, I was a little unclear. So if Michael re-ups, do we still have an opening for David Chase, or is it David or Michael?
It's David or Michael.
Oh, okay.
So can I?
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, I think my inclination, after a lot of thought about this, is that I would be inclined to keep Michael, only because I think, one, I want to reward him. He's done a great job. He provides an alternate perspective. He's a bit of a provocateur to the board in a very friendly and productive way. He understands how to do that, and sometimes his perspectives are different enough that they can really help move a conversation or get us all thinking about all the facets. If he's talking about North Star or bridges or Three Meadows or anything, he often has points or perspectives that are unique, and I think that's really valuable. David is brilliant, and I want to bring him in to work with us somehow, sometime. He's already said he'll be an asset to us no matter what, because it sounds as if the monastery is moving already under a contract, as we've heard. I don't know if that was. I think it was in the paper. Okay, well, scratch that. It may not be as critical that he's there for that, because that may not be an issue. That would be my take on that. So I'm going to put my vote up for Michael. But I have to say, David is so valuable that, I'd be happy to have him around somewhere, somehow as well.
Okay, I do have I guess when folks give their input on this, I'm curious if anyone spoke with other open space board members, if they had a preference or not. I know we've heard from staff, which I have opinions about, but I didn't have an opportunity to chat with any of the open space board members about any of their preferences.
And they didn't reach out to me either.
Yeah, okay. Patty, do you want to go?
No, I'm going to see if Francie has a position, or
Okay, Francie?
I'd have to wait on Jeffrey on this one,
Okay.
too.
I also support Michael Kinsley. No offense to David Chase, although I do think his primary interest was the upper Capitol Snowmass area, and Michael knows about everything. I think he's been a very good public service person, and I do believe that he's done a really good job on open space and trails, and I happen to agree with him on some of his points of view, which helps me support him. So I vote for him as well.
Okay, Patty?
Are we going to wait for Jeffrey, since
I've asked him to come back.
Okay. Well, if Michael stays on this board, he needs to be reminded that he doesn't take over the meetings. He doesn't stand up and pontificate and point at the maps, circle around the room, and take over. He also needs to be reminded that he needs to be polite and understanding of Open Space and Trails staff, that he's on a appointed board. So I'm going to wait to see where the rest of the board stands on reappointing Michael. I think Mr. Chase would be a great addition. I don't think there's anything settled with any of the properties that he is specifically interested in. And even if those properties were settled, I think there's a long way to go in any of those properties. And I think he'd be a valuable asset to determining the outcomes there. So I will see what Jeffrey has to say. I mean, Michael I've known forever, and I appreciate his time served, but sometimes it's nice to have some different points of view and somebody who won't take over the meetings all the time.
Oh, Jeffrey's on his way. I mean, I'm open to additional input, but my inclination is that, Michael's been a good board member, and I do think he provides sometimes a contrary point of view that is helpful and provides additional insights to issues. So that's sort of where I'm at right now on this. We're talking about OST, Jeffrey, and discussing whether to reappoint Michael or appoint David Chase for that seat. And the floor is to you.
They're both wonderful representatives of the district, of the two moving parts we have right now, which are Snowmass Falls and the monastery. They'd be great assets. Either choice I think will suit the community's needs and the
I can't hear you.
Do you have a preference?
You can't vote for two.
We're not voting. We're in the direction.
You asked my feelings. I feel strongly that, again, Francie, that they're both wonderful representatives. We got to see them work together at the last OST meeting. Both David and Michael represent their work that they've done over the past couple of years in terms of the monastery and Snowmass Falls. That was what I was trying to add to the conversation. Is this a vote?
Yes.
No, we have to give direction
give
for
direction to
Charlotte to
come back
prepare
to
the
us.
resolution
Thumbs
on
up is what we
who
need.
to. Right now, the board is leaning towards reappointing Michael Kinsley. And if you want to convince some of us otherwise, now's your time.
Impassioned pitch.
Yeah, I mean, the impassioned pitch for David is he's the ultimate diplomat. He'd be wonderful to work with, again, in terms of the changes that we're about to see in our valley. He's clearly well read in, both from an owner standpoint, from a brother standpoint, from a monastery standpoint. You know, he'll be a player in the room, in the conversation, you know, whichever way this board goes. So.
Okay.
Is that my first political line? Is that-
That's a yes both ways.
It's
so-
like the non-statement statements, the non-choice choice.
This is the hard one.
Well, I can count to 3.
I think that there's a few renewals that that we should weigh some new blood, and I would welcome David in that seat. And again, I base that on the work in front of us and his passion for the project, whether that was Friends of Monastery. You know, I think he'd be a valued person on that board, given what's in front of the board right now.
It's all true. Okay.
Francie, any other thoughts? Are you?
No, but I would really like to honor Michael for his years of service.
Sure.
We can give him a plaque.
Give him a canvas.
And I have not seen him be contentious in the last few years at meetings, just to say.
Okay, I think that the majority is leaning towards reappointing Michael. That's what I've heard. And I agree that I hope there continues to be a role for David.
David has said as much.
He is a talented person. Okay, planning and zoning.
Okay, planning and zoning, we have the 1 vacancy. We have 3 renewing members, Suzanne Caskey, Jasmine Tigre, and Zach Matthews. And then we have John McBride, who is a new applicant, Jack Cohen, Joe Mason, Richard Lai, and Jeffrey Orslak.
So technically, we have 4 positions we're considering. The 3 renewing and 1 open. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with the renewals. Are there obvious folks here that people want to keep on P&Z?
I like having Suzanne there, and I know Jasmine and Zach have been upright members, so I'd be inclined to keep them.
Okay, thank you. Other opinions?
I agree. And I can add who I would like to see appointed to the open seat if you would like. Or you want me to wait till everybody else is waiting?
Francie?
Can I talk about yeah, thank you. I particularly feel strongly about Zach. I think it's really nice to have somebody that's younger on our boards. They're hard to find. And I don't know Jasmine, but I haven't seen any problem with her, but I do feel strongly about endorsing Zach.
Okay. I'm inclined to keep Zach and Suzanne. I think they both have good, clear, strong vision. And I like Jasmine. I served with her on city P&Z. But I think we may get some different ideas from our new applicants. Jeffrey?
I truly value Suzanne for her work on the 2050, and I think that's, when we think about the appointments to this board, there's 2 critical pieces in 2026 or 2025 going forward. 2 critical aspects we're looking for really driving strategy and that 2050 vision. So they've got to be dialed into that program. Suzanne clearly, was the P&Z member along with maybe Joe Krabacher that served on both P&Z and the Citizens Growth Advisory Committee. So she's really the bridge, and I think staff sees her bringing those two together and forward in policy and strategy documents. The other piece I believe that's missing that should factor into our weighting of the applicants is really, we're going to have another conversation about the urban growth boundary at this board table. And so there's a critical need for a rural rural eyes, if you will, and rural perspective on this board. Right now, I think we're fairly city-centric or city-weighted, if you will, from a diversity standpoint. It's not set up the same way as the Open Space and Trails Board, where we have one from each district. So those are my points.
Voter language.
So who lives where?
And
So
I don't.
I didn't. I didn't elaborate people's postcode, but rather zip code, but rather the need for some more NW3s and fewer SW5s.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was my joke of, it's April Fool's Day. We need people from the outer belt. We need people that have a more rural view. So both Mr. Mason and Mr. McBride would add the rural eyes, if you will, and balance out the board, again, given sort of some of the decisions on the caseload that will come in front of this board over the next couple of years.
Thank you.
And who are the two renewals that you would keep? Sorry.
So I would also favor Suzanne and Zach in terms of renewal and consistency.
Okay. So I'm hearing 4 of us would support Suzanne and Suzanne, 5 would support Zach. And then let's talk about new appointments.
I understand Jeffrey's comments about the rural participation, but I really like Joe Mason. He's a great guy, but I don't think he has enough open space, P&Z experience. And we've got some heavy decisions coming up with P&Z. That's why I would continue to support Jasmine. She's done her homework. She does her homework. And that's why I would prefer to keep the 3 renewing on and appoint Jono. I think Jono's interview blew me away. It was totally a surprise. I had forgotten that he'd been on the Citizens Advisory group, but yeah, and I know there's been concerns about his ability to attend, but I think he's changed his traveling schedule for his coaching ski to coaching locally. I think he's putting more time in on the ranch. So I would still like to see the 3 renewing and Jono, and if the board decides to go with Joe, I'm okay with that, but I would still like to keep Jasmine on. But
I can support Patty in that.
I can support Patty in that also. I was putting Jono at the top only because interesting to hear Jeffrey talk about the need for rural, but also I appreciate his longevity in the valley, Jasmine has been here so long. I feel like I know her. I just don't spend a lot of time with her, and wasn't sure quite how she was doing with the board. But it's nice to hear Patty say that. Of course, Jeffrey has experience as well, but I'd be most comfortable moving forward with the 3 renewables and Jono.
Who else is on that board?
So Zach Matthews, Suzanne Caskey,
Joe Krabacher.
Joe Krabacher, Chelsea Clark,
and Doug Thrum, who
Doug
was
Thrum.
a
2050
growth committee member as well.
He was in Snowmass.
Snowmass Village, yeah.
Gosh, I just think Joe Mason is such a talented person that it'd be great to have him on one of our boards. We just seem to keep passing him over.
We don't have any openings in financial advisory, do we? We've got all these great numbers people coming forward.
you know,
think
and that's
FAB is
why
full.
I just think with the demands of the Vision 2050, you know, again, I really like Jasmine, but it'd be great to have someone who's like gonna show up, is very vibrant, participate in those conversations.
Can have a lot of catch up
Jeffrey?
to do.
I mean, he's on the Woody Creek, whatever their
I don't know how much
committee
he's
is.
participating in the
Caucus?
2050.
No, the caucus,
the
but they're
DPC.
planning, their
Bless you.
planning
They have a
committee
subcommittee.
that weighs in on their land use recommendations. And
Has he
we've seen
participated
very
in
good
2050?
recommendations from him.
I think he might have been at the open house that we had, but that's the extent so far.
Jeffrey, you had a comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna repeat. There's a strategic element to the workload in 2025. It's a different skill set than just doing caseload. I don't think it's a caseload year. I think it's really heavy in 2050. It's a strategy game. It's what do we want the valley to look like in 25 years? So, you know, the question for this board is, we've got at this table, we're basically deciding on 4 of those 7 seats. Do we have the right board? And again, there's a huge financial expense, I expressed to Kelly, of you know, consulting work that's going on outside of this group. It behooves us to have the minds that are and the talent on the board that's going to be able to receive and then also feed back to the consultants what else they'd like to see pulled out of the 2050 plan, drawn out further. And again, you've been in the meetings where they say, what do you need from us? What do you need from us? And so it's a different mindset than just a GMQS application and an award of square footage. It's not that sort of tactical caseload stuff. So, you know, my question back to our board is, you know, have we sat that board that would support your efforts in the 2050 project vision?
I would
Yeah.
opt to tell, it sounds like I kind of hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it, and I really appreciate your perspective and the time you've spent on that board. So I would be willing to put Joe on with Jono McBride, and then keep Suzanne and Zach.
That's my preferred
And thank
composition,
Jasmine for
I think.
her decades of service.
I'm okay with that.
I just think we're gonna have to be bringing him up to speed, which is gonna take a lot of time. Jasmine's already there.
He's a smart guy, too.
And, Jeffrey, there's no conflict with you, Joe Mason?
No, Joe is both a client and a friend. So, and I disclose quarterly.
I just wanted to let everybody know that you do work for him.
Yeah. No, and again, I framed it not as, I framed the conversation as 2050
I know,
and
I know.
caseload.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
stating a fact.
And if you want me to recuse
No,
on the overall vote, I'm happy to.
I don't, no. I
Yeah.
just want people to be aware of that.
Yeah. Now, Charlotte has my disclosure in her hand.
Yeah, but we don't have it in our hands.
I appreciate everyone else on this list. They're all stars. I was really intrigued by Richard Lai and how much
We gotta
time and
get
his
him
vision
somewhere.
that he's put into the community going back to the late 60s. And Jeffrey obviously has a lot of experience in development and, you know, project development. And Jack is another brilliant guy. They're all, this is tough. These are tough choices, and I appreciate all of them. But I'm pretty comfortable with what I proposed and what I'm hearing from, I think, Jeffrey and maybe
I wonder if there's
Francie.
like a Picken County Cares Award for Mr. Lai.
I think we need to get involved, the multimodal at the airport.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
So,
Okay,
so
maybe
where
that's
are
it.
we?
Sorry, we're still talking about P and Z.
Yeah, I know. I was just
About 3 to
wondering,
2 at
Greg
least.
said he was with he was okay
Yeah.
with Jeffrey. I'm just wondering where that is. I can't really hear Jeffrey when he talks.
Oh, so,
Okay.
do you want me to
I'll
repeat?
summarize.
Go
Now,
ahead.
so I think there's at least 3 of us that support keeping Suzanne and Zach and then appointing Jono and Joe Mason.
Okay,
to
that's
fill
fine
out the
with me.
4.
Okay, I think we're good.
Do we have to identify other
Do you want,
alternates? in those,
I'm
or-
happy to be a recusal in terms of a board vote on this.
No, no, I just wanted it to be out
Yeah,
there, is all I'm
I appreciate
asking.
that.
I think Jana would be Jana would be the regular, and the other two would be the alternate.
It's 7
Is that what-
people, it's straight up.
Yeah,
It's just,
and the
there's
oth-
no
the-
alternates.
Sorry, I
Okay.
should
Oh,
add.
that's right.
I should add the third criteria for the board is really getting 4 people in a room every first and third Tuesday. So staff and Charlotte spend too much time coordinating quorum as opposed to, again, focusing on ideas in the presentation of the evening. So, and then, again, the add-on to that is then Bonnie is here till 5, and we bust quorum. So it's important that the folks that we're putting on the board also know they're serving and they're available that evening. Should be self-evident, but we've had quorum issues for years.
Okay, I think we've given direction on that.
So we are keeping Suzanne, keeping Zach, and then we are adding John and Joe.
And John's in the vacancy.
Yep, because Joe will
We don't have
replace
alternates.
Jasmine, but there's no,
Yeah.
yeah, they're all regulars.
Yeah,
So,
it was
Okay.
confusing.
thank you for that.
Thanks. All right, you wanna-
Okay, then the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee, as I mentioned, Jason is currently an alternate. If you are all in favor of promoting him to regular, that's
Yeah.
really the only decision that needs to be made here.
And then will you advertise for the vacancies?
We will continue to advertise.
That works for me. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then Senior Service Council, Meredith Nelson Daniel is reapplying, and there are plenty of vacancies
8
there
vacancies?
that we just continue to advertise.
That's a big board, right? I have like 16
Maybe
people
Mr.
on
Lee,
that
we
board.
can put him.
Yeah.
Where's Steve Child?
Yeah, I know. Where's Steve?
know.
Is he on there?
I know.
Can
I
you
was
come
just
back
thinking
this
about
quickly
Steve.
and man a board?
I'm not sure. I'd have to.
I'd have to check.
Let's check
In
on
that case,
that.
what about George? George is applying for.
George has been out
He's
for-
beyond, it's
He's been
2
out for
years.
4 okay. That's-
Whatever it
yeah,
is, it's 2 years, I
I think it's
believe.
2
Yeah,
years.
2 years.
Has George been gone that long?
Yeah, Francie just
Francie
got
took-
reelected.
Francie took his seat.
Who? Oh,
What?
that's it. Oh, so
What'd
you're
you say?
Francie.
We're talking about whether how long George Newman has been out of his
I was
seat.
trying to remember how long George has been gone, and I realized, I get to,
Oh, yeah.
now I already know who you are, so thank you.
All right,
Okay.
next one.
I'm George Newman. Don't you recognize me?
All right.
Telecommunications Advisory Board, we have Buckfield applying again for alternate, and Robert Plissette reapplying for the regular position.
I'm good with that.
We don't have to interview them
No.
because they're reappointments. Okay. Is that
Everybody okay with?
is
Good,
that a
yeah.
functional board?
I'm good.
It's been a while since I've been on that board, so
Okay.
I participated with it. But I think that they're
Yeah.
doing
Who's
pretty
the
well.
staff liaison? I guess
Jeff Kruger is the staff liaison. I think they're in good hands these days.
Great.
All right, let's go back up to AAB. So we are looking at 2 alternate vacancies to fill.
One's 2 years, one's 1 year, is that right?
Correct.
Can I make a proposal?
You may.
I am leaning toward Jim Light, in light of his time spent here, his incredible experience as a developer of big projects, including architecture and planning and all the sort of things that go into development of a large project. And then also his connection with the community as a developer that is so connected with our nonprofit and our local community, and his developments have been focused on building community, which is actually quite remarkable for developers. I don't know very many like him. So I would put him in for 2 years. And in deference and appreciation of George Newman, I would put George Newman in on 1 year. And I would, and the reason for that is, one, George certainly understands process. He's chaired a lot of boards. He's done the leadership. He's been involved in this previously. So I think he comes ready to hit the ground running and providing some unique qualifications, which may be very useful on that board. So that's where I am with those guys.
Thank you, Greg. Patty, do you want to weigh in?
I'm definitely supporting Jim Light. I think George is, I've known George and worked with George closely for a long time. And, but I think his new effort on transportation may interfere with his position. I'd like to see him be on the multimodal with the airport, since that seems to be where his interest lies. I would like to see Ann Mullins appointed. She was amazing during the election. Watching her go out to the community, she created great relationships across the board with different entities throughout the community. She's very well-spoken, very methodical, and we're going to be looking at a new terminal. I think she brings a lot to the AAB with her experience in that field. I think she would be a great member to the AAB along with Jim Light.
Thank you. Francie? Go to Jeffrey and then me.
Basically, I agree with Patty. I think George will be very involved with this committee that he's establishing, and we can count on his involvement for the next few years. And so I'd like him to put his energy there. It sounds like a pretty big deal. And so I would recommend Jim Light and Ann Mullins, and I would support them both.
Do you have a
And I
preference?
really appreciate everybody who's applied.
Yeah, it was great group to interview.
Jeffrey?
I would second that scorecard. I would go with the Jim Light and Mullins scorecard and be very happy with both appointments.
I agree. Do we have a preference as to who's the 2-year and who's the 1-year?
I think Jim should be 2.
I'm comfortable with that.
I'll go along with all that.
Well, that was easier than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I do have
Yes,
just a side
Patty.
note really quick. As far as the city's appointment, which is, as I said, going to be next week, I would hope that the city was going to appoint somebody from within the city so they could be responsive, representing the city, even though they're non-voting. And would love to see Evan Marks, but I know it's really up to the city to decide. I just think Evan's numbers experience and his knowledge of what's gone on, and with all of the numbers we have coming forward at the airport, he'd be a great addition. But again, as I said, it's up to the city to appoint, and apparently they said nobody from city staff wanted to be on this. And I thought it would have been great if they had appointed somebody from city staff. But again, their decision.
Okay, I think we've gotten to the end of our list. Did you have another question or comment?
Just regarding the alternate from the city, I have talked to a couple city councilors. And the interesting thing I heard from Tori is that he felt really pressured to get somebody on the advisory board. And the pressure came from county staff, from John Peacock, is what I understood. And I wasn't quite sure that was, the impression I got is perhaps they're feeling a little hasty and pushed into making a quick decision when might have been better to wait a little longer. But they felt the pressure from us.
That seat's been open for a year and a half.
And I thought, yeah, it has been open for a while. And I just wanted to bring that up because I'm still trying to process that. I really agree with Patty that I think it ought to be a city staffer who has a mandate for the city's interests specifically as the advisory board member. And I would advise the city to wait. And I know Jacqueline Francis wrote a letter to that effect, or was interviewed to that effect as well. It's like the idea was that they would be an employee of the city. So that's where I stand with them for what that's worth.
Thank you. Francie, you had your hand up and then it went down.
Oh, yeah, it's their decision, so I'm sure they'll make it. I do think that they need to be represented. But I also think that Evan, for instance, lives in the city and he's pretty committed to Aspen, so I think he could represent them. I don't know the other applicant. But it's their decision.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I would just comment, we have put some constraints on them that they're responding to also.
Right. That's true.
You know, we have said we don't want an elected, we have said you can't vote, so I do think there's a little bit that we own in terms of the construct that they are squeezing into.
Did we say they couldn't appoint an elected?
Yeah.
We
believe,
did?
yeah, you did.
I didn't remember that. Thanks, Kelly, for clarifying that.
I didn't remember that either.
Yeah.
And I just
We could change that.
Yeah, we could change a lot of things.
To speak to, I think the staff piece of it, I think the timing element is more as things are ramping up, encouraging. The more someone's on board now versus middle of summer or later on is just to get them. So I think that's probably where that timing piece is really coming from.
Yeah, I know there was some eagerness on the part to get it put together. Yeah.
Okay.
Haste makes waste.
Great, thanks, Kelly.
Thank you all.
One more
And
question.
yes, go ahead, Charlotte.
Mr. Helm, do you want to appoint him so we can get him kind of up and running on the board, and we'll continue to.
We have a couple.
Yeah, we have several vacancies, so we'll continue to advertise. But
Well, I think
Yes,
he'd be
I thought
great.
he was
I
lovely.
like him.
okay,
Thanks, Charlotte.
That's it?
All
That's
right.
all you've got for us?
Thank you. So this will come back next
I
week.
thought that would take a lot longer.
You know,
yes,
or-
I'll be
okay.
here with Mr. Sherman and an interview in the work session, and then I'll bring the resolution.
He's Healthy Rivers and Streams. Who's the other? Do we know?
Matthew Schmigelski, which you all
Oh,
have
yeah, know
interviewed
him.
him
Yeah.
before.
Lives in the Crystal.
He's
Yeah, he does.
works with Clear, or used to maybe, yeah.
Do solar stuff.
So
He's
Maybe
applied
Habitat.
applied
Can I jump
before.
next door
for
again?
some
Yeah,
reason.
you're gonna.
Yes, he
Yes.
has,
Do you have
and I
any
can't remember
open
right off the
discussion
top
for
of
us?
Hopefully I'm back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
You know, Jeffrey, I've testified in my pajamas before. Sometimes it goes that
In
way.
person?
No, remotely.
That's a long way to drive in your pajamas.
But it's comfortable.
You had high heels on too, just to.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly, just to
I
give
hope
it
they
a.
were flannel plaid
I think I did have like a blazer over my.
pajamas.
I think we have all done that.
Is Jeffrey going down this week?
No,
I don't think
he's
so.
going
He's
in
just
the other
dipping
room.
into the other room. He's
No,
testifying
no,
remotely.
I mean for Thursday and Friday.
I don't know.
No, because we
You?
have a site visit on
No.
Friday.
Site
Yeah.
visit Friday.
I'm not going down, but I will be there.
Okay, future agendas. Kara, do you have any?
I have one just for the Bale site visit on Friday. So Patty, you've got car 632, I believe.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask Charlotte if I can pick it up tomorrow night or Thursday night, so I don't have
We
to.
can- Yeah, and it's
I'll
in the
check with
parking
her.
garage.
I'll clear it up, and I checked with Jeffrey. He's gonna drive his own vehicle, so I will be at the city hall in the car from here, from the parking garage, at 10:30.
Okay. And Greg, you have 633 at Public Works.
Yep, yep.
This says
I'll do that.
11:30.
Oh, 11:30. Oh, good.
That's
That gives
meeting
me time,
11:30
like
at
to.
Town Hall, yeah.
11:30 at Basalt Town
That's
Hall.
in Basalt. You were talking about meeting here at the parking garage, isn't that what you said?
No,
At
no, no,
10:30?
no. I'm picking the car up here.
At 10:30?
Well,
Thursday night.
That's what I thought I heard
I'm
you
gonna
say.
pick it up the night
Oh,
before.
right, got it, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not
So
meeting anybody in the
11:30 at
garage.
Town Hall in Basalt.
Correct.
I will get there.
That's the parking lot next to Town Hall, so.
I
it
might
could
have
be-
breakfast at Two Rivers if anyone wants to come.
Yeah,
early.
maybe, might be able to make that work.
Is that the cafe?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
I'll
a
do that.
few doors down.
it's the old diner across from the
Yeah,
bank. on
the
Main Street.
diner next to the bar.
Bring
You have
cash.
to walk-
Cash
When you have
only.
to walk through the bar to get into.
But we can't all of us go, so it has to be two, and two, so we have to take the
We
whole
can
restaurant.
sit at
with
separate tables.
All right.
We can just not talk about work.
That was my only thing, was to
Thank you.
clarify.
And I think we won't have a lot of snow then, right? So we're still on good track for getting up there and doing that.
That is all I have for future agendas.
Okay. Let's see. I'm scrolling through. May 6th, I'm going to join remotely.
May 6th.
Florida.
Something's happening on the
Off
5th.
the end of my thing.
Oh, Cinco de Mayo.
Here you go.
That's what's happening.
This only goes to the 23rd. So, okay. And
What were we talking about this morning? We talked to.
We still on future agendas?
we are. Go ahead, Francie.
I just want to remind you guys that the 15th, the Water 101, I will be at the River District, speaking of water. The River District meetings are the 15th and 16th. So, in the afternoon, I will try to, Zoom in. I don't know what, I haven't seen the agenda yet. And I haven't talked to Andy, but I was waiting for him to, his dad died, so I didn't
Oh,
want to call
no.
him.
Yeah, I saw
Um,
April in the airport flying out.
Aw,
That's
sorry.
That's
So
it.
anyway, I don't know quite how that's gonna unfold, but just giving you a heads up.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Francie, our special meeting on the 15th is all rivers and streams water, right? So our agenda on the 15th is all about water stuff, and you might want to be, I don't know, you've got a tough choice.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't quite know what it's gonna look like yet. But I will speak to Andy and see what his schedule looks like compared to ours and figure it out.
And Kelly, you might be
Yes.
better equipped, but I believe, Francie, some of the juggling is that there's discussion that the executive session was most important, Francie, for you to make, and so we could flip that to be first thing in the morning or lunchtime, I believe, was some of
Yeah,
the
I'll
discussions.
get back to you. Yeah, the 101, Greg, I think I'd be okay missing some of that. I've had some really great education over the last year from these people who are presenting. So I just want to be there for the decision-making and the exec session time and stuff.
Okay. All right, any other,
I don't have a agenda, I just have a few quick open discussion.
okay. I am keeping like a running meeting of some things folks have asked for in future meetings that we'll bring up in our agenda conversations. But we can go to open discussion.
I've got a few, unless
I have,
have
just
any?
real quick, just to give the board a heads up. I was contacted by somebody about microdosing and the state law on that, and I'm gonna have community development get back to her. She's talking about zoning issues. Just want the board to know. She reached out to me yesterday. And the other one is there's an issue with maintenance of the outhouse, the toilets on the top of Independence Pass. ACRA is working to try and get some funding because it's our understanding that we're losing some federal funding up there to help maintain them. So they're reaching out to other partners. Brian Pettit is on it. He's working on it to try and see. Right now they're looking for about $4,500 from the county, but we're looking at other partners and opportunities just to give the boards a head up. That'll be coming back to us. I know we've had lots of issues coming forward just recently. Well, one woman, maybe two, with Human Health Services parking. And so I think we're gonna need to figure that one out so that we don't, we can facilitate the people who need to be attending appointments in that building. I have some ideas, I'm sure the board does. So I think that'll be coming to us.
and I do have an update about that this afternoon, or as part of open discussion.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I'll turn it over to you, then go ahead.
Okay, so a few different ones. Maybe let's start with the HHS parking. So Lindsay, Scott, and Brian have been working through. So the changes that they are going to do, they're going to do more of a soft rollout. Let me just get the notes up real quick. A soft rollout at HHS, so trialing it for about 3 months. So what they're proposing is the 24-hour overnight parking is what will need to be validated, and Recovery Resources is aware of this and on point, and otherwise then the enforcement will be happening about the 24-hour overnight parking. And then otherwise we're going to lean on our security firm to really be watching the cameras and see who might be abusing the system for any kind of ticketing, and then that will flag with the parking company to do the ticketing. And then we're just going to be signing that this is for HHS customers and staff, and so we're going to trial that for 3 months so that it's not that validation process up front, but see how this goes. Of really, that enforcement and management is really going to be on the 24 overnight parking, and then monitoring for any folks from the cameras that we see might need to be ticketed and do a check-in after 3 months and see how that's going.
Can I have a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Maybe something to look at, because I know they were concerned about some people not knowing how to handle QRS codes and all of that stuff and being intimidated by all that. And since we're going to have security out there, maybe in the future we can, if need be, look at a voucher where you could go in to the security thing. Like if can't figure out how to do a QRS code, I can go get a little voucher of some sort to put in my car that says I actually have an appointment in the building. That way we would really enable seniors and people that maybe don't have phones or don't have the technology to still be able to use the parking lot. That's the thought. I'm trying to come up with a solution. If you could maybe pass that along, if that hasn't been thought of already.
That's a great one. I know there was concerns about how to use the QR code, which is partly why let's not necessarily do the validation for day use right now and see how it's managed.
I'm saying so in the future, if we could just put that on the checklist for possible solutions in the future. Thank you.
Okay.
A few other elements. So I wanted to give a quick update on the CDPHE COVID grant funding that came out on Thursday. Let me pull up that email. So we have been working with public health, and I don't know, Larissa was maybe going to join. Is she on?
Do you mean the lack of funding?
Yes. Oh, great. Jordana and Connie are both on. Yeah.
Jordana has her hand up. Oh, where'd she go?
She's joining us.
Oh.
So I can give a quick update, and then Jordana or Connie might be able to jump in. So based on the contracts that have ended, we did receive the stop work order on Thursday, and in total it's about $52,000 that would be stopping. These were already COVID dollars that we had already kind of accounted to end this year. I'll let Jordana speak to the specifics of what they are, but we really feel that this is something that can just be absorbed in the budget, and because we've already planned for these fundings for the rest of the year, we're coming out of that public health fund. And so that $52,000, while it will hit the community health services immunization and to staff portions of staff funding, those are pieces that we have started to absorb and plan for in the rest of the budget for this year. So that is the summary. I don't know, Jordana, do you want to give an overview more specifically about what is captured in this?
Sure. So these are funds that have to do with epidemiology and lab capacity with regards to COVID, and also COVID-specific immunizations grants. So they were all slated to end in June, but this stop work order is requiring us to not be able to invoice for any work done past a date in later March. So what won't be reimbursed for is some epidemiologist salary, some minimal amount in supplies, but the bigger chunks that we think we are still probably going to be able to invoice for are some pass-through funds to community health services for work that they've already done around COVID immunizations in particular. So we're going to work through that. So that should reduce that overall number by a bit. And then the other piece I'll let Connie talk about fund balance and how we'll plan to absorb what doesn't go through. But just another piece of the puzzle is that the Colorado Attorney General has joined attorney generals across the country to sue the federal government for a because of the stop work order. So it's still there's still question marks around whether these funds will be re-released or whether this will indeed be funds that we're not able to reimburse for.
And Connie, do you want to speak to the fund balance?
Yeah, the public health fund actually has a good fund balance right now, in part because in 2024, we received about $700,000 of FEMA reimbursement that went into the public health fund, reimbursing for costs and staff time and work that was done during the initial COVID years. So, long story short, the fund is in a place where it can absorb this cost. The cost is under 100,000 and not terribly significant for this year and considering the reserves that we have.
Are there any staff position costs that are at risk here?
Epidemiologist?
There's 2 staff positions, but again, they were funded through June, or the use of these grants partially with these grants, but were absorbed into the public health fund for moving forward. So that's where we can absorb those staff costs because we had already been planning to absorb them in the future. And I would say as we debriefed on this, this is one that we can definitely absorb. I think it definitely puts out more. This was a short-term grant, these COVID dollars. I think staff is really working. We're going to be looking at what are those potential longer-term ongoing costs that might be at risk, to be planning ahead of what we might need to be absorbed or what we need to bring back to the board as priority discussions. So we are starting to look ahead and see about those.
And that's for other federal funding that we rely on but hasn't been clawed back yet?
Correct.
Okay. And you're doing that for both public health and Health and Human Services?
Correct.
When will we see that?
Probably need to give us a couple months to pull that.
Okay.
Or sooner if need be.
Or sooner, right. We've got from the initial executive order, I think Liz and Finance have pulled those first federal impacts, but what we haven't really gone through yet is then what's that ongoing federal funding that we might need to be thinking about and be doing some planning around. And I know Jordana and Lindsay have already been starting to talk about what those items might be.
Okay. Jordana, are you hearing anything from partners about all this? Or what are you hearing?
Lots to be heard. I think to Kara's point, there's the kind of the immediate response and then the long-term planning. I think the biggest concern is because the federal impacts are hitting on so many different levels. Even if it's not cuts to public health or human services per se, there's a high likelihood that those impacts are going to come back and be felt within public health and human services. So that's a part of the conversation and the attempt to plan for how we continue to deliver services and what that looks like.
Okay. But none of our partners are have to close their doors today.
We haven't heard that at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add, one of the great concerns, and I can't imagine that the board doesn't feel this too, is, the seniors depend on those lunches. That's their food source, and they don't just eat them 3, maybe 4 days a week for lunch. They eat that food. They take it home, and that's their food source. And that's critical, and that's a really tough hit. So that may have to come back to us sooner than later.
I do believe that's definitely what Lindsay and her team are starting to look at. And one of the things that will be coming back is what are those priorities, right? Those hard discussions.
I just want to offer that Kelly and Jeff are really good cooks. Very creative. Fancy too.
I can cook for a lot of people.
Not me.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say I think the other piece that we're trying to navigate too and waiting for the state budget to maybe settle a little bit, because I think understanding how the state budget and the federal cuts may be impacting is some of the Jenga, I guess, we're looking at to bring back.
I mean, what I saw in the state budget is a 1.6% increase to Medicaid providers for the state portion at least.
I was surprised reading the long bill how they were that this budget shortfall, and they found a way to solve it without, slashing $250 million from CDOT, as far as I could read, by just tweaking things and reconfiguring Tabor, which is way over my head.
I haven't dug into the details, but I do have a thing on Tabor I'd like to bring up. I think we might be done with public health. So I don't know if Jordana, you need to sit on anymore, but nice to see you.
Bye, Jordana.
We're
Feel
thinking
better.
about you.
Yeah.
And Connie, we're thinking about you too. This is not an easy time.
I mean, for me, one of the more immediate things is we got to figure out the Forest Service stuff. I mean, summer starts in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Staffing at the Bells, ACRA has been working with the group that does a lot of the work with the bus system, and they are going to help administer. They're going to be up at the, I don't know if they're going to be at the gate, the little entry shack thing, and at the top of the Bells there by the visitor center. So ACRA has really taken a lead on that part. I don't know all the details, along with the outhouse on the top. ACRA's busy. So they've been working with the
Toilets
company.
up there too.
I know they've been working with trying to get some staff up there in case the 25 staff members don't appear.
Yeah. That's a high priority for me. I think we need to really understand the conversation that's happening along those lines.
Sounds like that's a relevant future discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have other?
I do.
Okay.
I have 3 quick ones. Just a heads up, the RAFTA letter was sent last week to CCI and CML. I have a note in here, I haven't seen it, that Greg, you might want to share the response from CML, that there was a specific response to the RAFTA's letter.
Have I not seen that?
This was about addressing the rural transportation
Correct.
opportunity to use funds for housing.
Yep.
Who did it come from?
I do not know. So that's the note I have. I haven't seen it.
Haven't seen
but
it
if
either.
we can circulate CML's response to the board from.
Do you know? You don't know what it is?
I do not know what it is.
I thought you were going to surprise it.
I don't know what it is.
I will. We'll
My
all
name-
be surprised.
It said my name, and I thought, uh-oh, what am I
Surprise.
missing?
Then 2 other quick ones. I think you all should have received a survey for the Aspen Community Foundation that was sent by Sam for the Nonprofit Center of Excellence.
I didn't see that.
No.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, I'll follow up with that. That will be coming your way. And then
Money?
Jeffrey shared a letter of support for the BRIC application for the fire department, or Charlotte shared that. I did confirm with our grant consultant company that that would not be in conflict with any grants that we're looking at or anything like that. It's a separate fund, so if the board chose to
It was a well-written
support.
letter, if you could understand it. It was very technical.
Yeah, what are we supposed to do with that letter?
It's going off, it's a letter of support for a grant.
The state of Colorado, through I think the Wildland Code group that Jeffrey is on, is applying for a BRIC grant, basically so that they can help local governments adopt this wildland WUI code. That's essentially what it is. And so it's a letter of support from Pitkin County supporting the state's application for this.
And so they can do the code changes that are necessary in some of these communities that don't have staff that can.
Correct.
Can our staff absorb that? It's gonna be a whole nother code amendment with the whole process.
I mean, I think
Timing
that
sucks.
having additional resources would always be welcome in that piece of it.
The problem is we have the funds to do, we just don't have the bodies.
And they
But are we supposed to do something, or is it just going?
I think it was that Jeffrey had shared if the board would like to, it would support signing that letter on behalf of the state's application.
Did he put his
So you
name
want
on
an
it
answer
too?
from us today?
I don't have it in my emails.
Yeah, I believe it's due pretty shortly, like maybe by
They
the
might
end of
have
the
already
week.
gone out.
I supported it if that's
I
the
wish
case.
people gave us a little more time for some of these decisions.
Yeah, it always comes up quickly.
Like we have bulldozers on the property, but we need your money to build it.
Right.
Short window, it was last Friday.
So they need it by tomorrow, April 2nd.
I'd say submit. I'm happy to.
Yeah, it gives, we may not need to take advantage of it, but there's other communities, other counties in the state that do, and I support that.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Those are all of my open discussion items.
Okay.
Good job, Kara.
Any other board members?
I just want to make a little public service announcement. There is a birthday party for a local gentleman at the Elks on Thursday. I think it's from 4:30 to 6:30. David Guthrie. He is in a memory care facility in Carbondale, and they're tying it in with a celebration of life.
For him?
Yes. Yeah, so if anybody's interested, it's at the Elks this Thursday for David Guthrie.
I just wanted to flag, and I'll get more information and bring this back to you all, but the General Assembly is considering a resolution to direct, which office? Committee on Legal Services to potentially file a lawsuit to determine the constitutionality of Tabor.
Top of every other constitutional
Yeah.
issue, let's throw
Claiming
that one in.
that it restricts the power of a Republican form of government to decide taxation in the state.
We still have that form of government?
As of 2 months ago, but that's a good question. And there's additionally conversation about the General Assembly potentially referring a measure to the ballot to ask voters to amend Tabor, to strike some of the provisions that I think align with some of our interests that we've discussed in
Like
the
a real estate
past.
transfer tax?
Well, that's what I would advocate, for striking that component, but also for striking some of the language relative to, what's like identical taxation levels that hamstring Colorado from, for example, being able to tax like non-resident ownership versus resident ownership,
Oh.
which many other states do, which we cannot do because of the Constitution.
Kinda like the vacant house tax.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the language, the specific language of which sections they would propose to be amended, but I do want to just flag
I'd
this
love
for
to
your
see it.
attention, and I'd love for us to.
Yeah,
have
when you
some
bring it
discussion.
back, that'd be very interesting to follow up on.
Yes. And I think that is all I have for open discussion. Anyone else?
We get Tabor, if we can get Rhett in there, that would be awesome.
I know, that would be awesome. Okay, with that, I will adjourn our work session for the day, and we'll see you all on Friday for the Bayou site visit.
11:30.
11:30.